Good afternoon. Welcome everybody to day one. Day one of Polyhedral Paradice's coverage of D&D Celebration 2020. I'd like to welcome everybody here. This is going to be the biggest thing I have ever attempted to do. We are standing here outside of the Low Library. How is everybody doing today? I'd like to say hi to everybody in chat. Captain Pennsylvania, good to see you. Gray, a pleasure as always. Wu-Tang Wells in the building. Thank you very much for all your help today. First of all, I'd like to apologize for getting a little bit of a late start. Work was a bit of a bear, as always. Of course, I have a propensity for being late anyway, so it's not like it's out of the ordinary. So, without further ado, let's go inside of the library and talk about what's going to be going on this weekend. Cap says, I'm hungry. Nice to meet you, Hungry. I'm Jason. So, this weekend is D&D Celebration. There is a whole bunch of stuff going on over at dndcelebration2020.com. There are live plays and there are going to be panels, and we're going to be covering all of it. But I think what we're going to do for some of the live plays, if things start to get a little less than exciting, we're going to do some fun channel stuff on our end. So we'll maybe go into some advice, maybe build a character, maybe do some of the stuff that we need to do with the campaign. But first, I should probably get this out of the way. Polyhedral Paradise is in no way affiliated with Wizards of the Coast or Dungeons & Dragons Celebration 2020, and it should no way be held responsible for the content herein. So, we're not officially affiliated. As if you didn't know that. But this isn't official. Basically, we're like that, that guy that's got a booth off to the side of the fair, where there's like a big fair going on. And all the people are paying to get into that fair. But we set up our booth at like an adjoining restaurant. I hope to like talk about the stuff that's going on in the fair. But you know what I'm trying to say. We're not associated with Wizards of the Coast. So now that that's out of the way, we can talk about more about what we are going to do. So I know we're a little bit late. Let's go take a look where we're going to be watching most of this at. And that is here. In our theater with our big old viewing ring. So we're going to be spending a lot of time here. This is the official website here for D&D Celebration 2020. We're going to click on Begin Quest. So this right here is a map of Icewind Dale. Beautiful old Icewind Dale. So up here in the corner, we've got map, watch, play, marketplace, schedule, previews, chat. So if anybody's interested, you can play along. They're having games that you can sign up and play in official games all weekend. So if you want to do that, you're going to go to the play tab here on the website, and it's going to bring you up where you can register for games below. Let's see. So you can register for games below. Today, you've got September 18th. September 19th and September 20th. So if you want to play in any games, you're going to click on that link and it brings up the About page, and then it gives you the information you need to know. It's got times, 10 a.m., noon, 2 p.m. Now, all times are Pacific Standard Time. Just keep that in mind. Everything is PT, Pacific Standard Time. So for once, Gray, you're not going to have to do math to figure out what time stuff's going on. I know she's excited about that. So if anybody wants to, and they're watching this, you can dip out of my stream and then go to the official D&D 2020 celebration and register to play a game. Now, they have all kinds of downloadable PDFs, which you're going to need to do to download the official module and official character sheets for the stream. Superhero Reviews, what's up, buddy? Glad to see you here. So we're going to back out because right now, one of the main panels that I wanted to see is going to be going on. It's with Chris Perkins. Let's take a look at the schedule real quick. So I'm just going to run through this real quick because I want to jump in and watch this panel. So I'm going to cut the music here. So see you later, music. Okay, so Friday, September 18th, 8 to 10 Pacific Standard Time, Ox Venture was on. Now, we missed that because I was, late. But anyway, going on now, and we're going to get ready to jump into this, is Dungeons and Designers, moderated by Ellie Osleywood, with Christopher Perkins and Jeremy Crawford. Now, what we're going to do is we'll probably have people popping in and out on the stream throughout the weekend. And if anybody's watching, you want to come on, if there was music. Oh, the music wasn't coming through? Okay, never mind. Don't worry about it. There was music. But if people want to come on the stream and you see anything on this list here that strikes your fancy, I know it's a little blurry, but just go to dndcelebration2020.com. If a moderator could put the link in the chat, that would be awesome. If you see anything that strikes your fancy in there that you want to come on and talk about or watch with us, watch live, just hit me up, let me know, and we will zoom you in, if you know what I'm saying. Great, what music? Okay, so the music didn't come through. Never mind then. So 10 to 11 going on now, Dungeons and Designers with Chris Perkins, Jeremy Crawford. 11 to 1, How We Roll with DM Joe Tierer. That is a live play event, so the live play events will have a chance to talk more, but I really want to pay attention to the actual the streams while they're going on. So right now we're going to jump into. Oops. Let me get back out here. Watch. We're going to jump into the panel that's taking place right now. So, okay. Let me know if you guys can hear it. If I have to turn the stream up, just let me know.
That same principle is at play in Rime of the Frostmaiden, where if you want, you could just zero in on one of the 10 towns. You could latch on to a particular quest.
It sounds like right now they're talking about Rime of the Frostmaiden, which is a new adventure that was just released from Wizards of the Coast.
You could decide to take a bunch of these quests and start and
we're going to talk about that a little bit later today.
And see this large plot unfold, and in the process, see also the horror deepen.
You touched on paranoia earlier, and this is something I really want to talk about, because something I loved is that this adventure really plays with the idea of trust and teamwork and what it means to be a party. So how do you do that, within a game that is fundamentally designed to be cooperative storytelling?
You give all the characters secrets, of course. This adventure uses something that we've never used in a 5th edition adventure before, which is during the character creation process, there are a number of secrets that can be doled out randomly or deliberately to the characters. So every character starts the game with a secret that they haven't shared with the rest of the group. Now, whether the player chooses to expose that secret or not is entirely up to them. But what we found in playtesting is that a lot of players don't want to share their secrets. And what this engenders, of course, is paranoia among the other players. And the delight in revelation when the secret finally comes out. And so we give each character these secrets. They decide whether or not to reveal them. Sometimes the adventure will force a character's hand and sort of force a secret out into the open, and then the whole party becomes aware of it. And how does that affect them? How does that affect their trust going forward?
Does
not
it sound
just the
any
characters'
better?
Trust of each other, but the players' trust of each other. So I think this fun mechanic, this secrets mechanic, is going to really get at this idea of secrets breeding paranoia within the party. Now, the party is
I read
still
through the secrets mechanic, and it's
coherent.
actually interesting.
They've still got
But unless
rules
you're
that they
creating
share. But
a
this kind of puts a little
character
needle
specifically for this adventure, it
against the
really doesn't
balloon.
come into play.
And
some of them are pretty lackluster.
If one player has a very dark secret, it could change the way that the adventure flows, and that could be a very fun thing to experience. Now, not all the secrets are game changers. Some of them are purely innocent or just kind of interesting, but they aren't going to affect play. But you don't know, which characters have what secrets. If they're all benign, you're very lucky. If, one of you turns out to be a cannibal, that could change things a little bit.
So the secrets are listed on page 264.
Again, even with the
if you guys
secrets,
want, after this, we can take a look at the actual secrets in the game.
The toolkit nature of this adventure is not only can the DM decide which quests to run in which order, each group gets to decide how to engage with these secrets. Because, Chris, as you mentioned, a group could embrace it, really revel in the storytelling opportunities of the paranoia, or if that's not a particular group's jam, you could just tell each other your secrets right at the beginning, and then instead you're experiencing the kind of almost more of a monster hunting style story, which is sort of a genre adjacent to horror, where actually all the cards are laid out on the table at the beginning, and then you would just together decide how are we going to deal with this, and that could that could include the Hannibal-esque member of your party just informing you all at the beginning that they're a cannibal.
All right, well, we'll go through it afterwards.
Hope you're all cool with it. Yeah. I mean, as a player myself, if I got something that I knew was going to be detrimental to the party, I'd probably spill the beans. But sometimes some players
Chris,
aren't like
don't spill it.
Everybody's got different play styles.
I mean, I know I'm a secretive player. I know it. Honestly, if I'm a cannibal, that's getting hidden the whole game. Surprise. So, I guess speaking of cannibals, creatures, because this is, as you mentioned, this is a kind of familiar location for us, but with a fresh take on it. So what new creatures can we expect? Because obviously it's the perfect setting for it.
Indeed. And since our adventures assume that DMs only have the 3 core rulebooks, as we were looking at this story and fleshing out encounters, we found that the selection of cold-dwelling monsters in the monster manual was relatively small.
Grace says, I always spill the beans
again. We wanted to expand upon that and give the DM
as a player
what
cannot
is
keep her mouth
basically
shut,
a mini monster manual.
It's fun.
Tucked away in this book. Over 50 pages of monsters. Now, not all of them are cold themed. Some of them are themed to other parts of the adventure.
The bestiary is huge.
But there are a lot more cold monsters in there now that you can play with.
But a lot of them seem to repeat. They've been in other things before.
We hope that,
but it is pretty big.
DMs, upon seeing this big bestiary tucked in the back of the book, will be inspired then to create their own encounters in Icewind Dale, following the models basically laid out in the book.
And one thing too, I think it's worth
play with the audio a
Chris, is that Icewind Dale,
bestiary,
being
does the audio sound any better? Or I still sound
draws people from
funky,
all over the
because it sounds funky in my
realms,
ears,
and not just people, but also monsters of various sorts. So as people go through this bestiary, they will find things where they'll pause and think, "What is this doing in this Arctic wasteland?" Well, there's a reason in the story for it, and people find their way to Icewind Dale for a variety of reasons. Some of them went there seeking adventure. Something people will discover in Rime of the Frostmaiden is Icewind Dale is home to a prison, a high security prison.
So it still sounds modulated.
There are also people who've been sent to Icewind Dale to serve out usually a lifelong sentence. And perhaps someone you meet has escaped from that prison. So there are all sorts of reasons for why you might find something you would never expect to find, as
I have to say, this sounds like a really fun adventure. I'm assuming they're all fun to write, dream job, but I do think that this in particular seems like it's been a real melting pot of pulling together lots of the best bits of what makes D&D so great. So what is the process? Have specific aims for it?
I'm given a sense of where the adventure has to be set or placed. And then the challenge becomes, how do we make that interesting? And there's usually a series of brainstorming meetings that occur where we just throw out all kinds of crazy ideas and then try to untangle them later. And, not every idea that we come up with will land or ultimately make it in the book, but there's never any shortage of ideas, particularly once you bring the writers in and they bring their own ideas to the mix. But what's important to me is that whatever ends up in the book has to say something, either about the world or about the nature of something, or about the nature of just humanity, getting at some of the foibles or issues that we as when players and their characters go on these adventures, if the adventure has a layer of truth to it based on something that we can experience in the real world, it's going to resonate on a level far greater than it would have absent that material. Sometimes, like in the case of Curse of Strahd, which is a Gothic tale about the fall of a man into darkness and how he poisons everything around him, Icewind Dale has got its own core, and around that core, all these other events spiral outward. And that core, of course, is the Frost Maiden herself. She's a very complicated figure.
And we
That's one way to describe her.
and we purposefully say little about her publicly, partly because we want people who play the adventure to experience her, right there at the game table, and not have their experience of the Frost Maiden mediated through something we said in an interview like this.
Yeah. What's interesting about her in particular is, like Strahd, she engenders some sympathy. She, of course, is doing bad things, as all evil figures.
I disagree with that. I don't think Strahd engenders sympathy.
I like her for that, and it gave us a lot to play with, and gave the story some more dimension.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it gives the story a mythological heft that if as you're going through the various quests and facing the perils of Icewind Dale and wintry monsters, cannibals, but as you start digging into the Frost Maiden's story, you start tapping into this more mythic strain, and you see that there is far more going on here than a group of people and monsters simply trying to survive.
A group of three kobolds in a
it deals with questions like how do people react to a hostile environment when they're deprived of food, or when they're cornered, or they're suspicious that there might be a monster hiding in their midst. People start to behave differently. They start to act differently. They start to do irrational things. This is a great opportunity to really kind of get at some psychological
I personally think a really good DM could string this out for quite some time. I mean,
so before we move on to Sasha's Cauldron, if you had one tip, whether for adventurers or DMs as they kind of venture into Icewind Dale, what would you say to them before they set off?
Bring a coat.
For DMs, I'd say, you don't have, because as Jeremy had pointed out earlier, it's a hefty book. There's a lot in there. Focus on what you like. Take it apart. Make it your own. The canon of your world can be whatever you want it to be. Add your own stuff. Mix things around. If you just like a map, take the map. Do something fun with it. If you like an idea but it's not explored in detail as much as you'd like, you can expand upon it. It's your adventure now.
Yeah, there's a real...
For the players, I'd say, despite the adventurer's attempts to drive a wedge between you, stick together, shared bodily warmth, don't split the party. Icewind Dale is very unforgiving, especially if you get caught in a blizzard.
The rules in here for surviving
and on that note, the other important tip is bring a coat.
Like really... Was he listening to me?
I like it. Yeah, basic life tip. I feel like you could use that one inside and outside of D&D, so that's great.
It's crazy.
All right, we're doing it. We're moving on to Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
So yeah, the new rules that they give you in here for dealing with snowy conditions really handy. They really get into avalanches, how far the avalanches moves.
The team and I have been working on Tasha's Cauldron since early 2019.
And I like the fact that they sort of tell you can part this out, use pieces, instead of like selling this book as like an adventure you have to run through. They pretty much tell you you can use this any way you feel, and it gives the DM the permission to chop it up and take what they want.
Getting a taste of what's bubbling in this cauldron for many, many months now. And finally, when the book comes out on November 17th, they'll get to see how all of that material came together to make this, wondrous witch's brew, which not only includes the pieces that they saw in Unearthed Arcana, but also other content that will be wholly new to them. The key, though, is that all of the major player character content, especially the many new subclasses in the book, everyone has actually already seen all of them, because of course, a big part of how we work on 5th edition is engage in this ongoing conversation with the community about what they want to see in their player character options.
That's why it's important to fill out your surveys.
When they open up chapter 1 of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything to look at all of the new player character options, they're going to see essentially a group of friends they met over the course of the last year and a half, and see, a few things have changed. Maybe the genie patron got a new haircut, or this other subclass has a new coat. But the core of those elements are really going to feel familiar for people, and I think they're going to also be really excited, because we know, based on the playtest feedback that we got, people love this content. One of the things that struck us over the past year is that most of the content that we were designing for
how race features are going to change. We're going to go over that probably after the stream. High satisfaction
score after high satisfaction score after high satisfaction score. There were a few things that didn't score high. Those got heavier revisions, or in a few cases, we bid them a fond farewell, and perhaps we will see those elements in a future book.
Can y'all see that fly that's buzzing around here? It's killing me.
Fantastic. I mean, that's what I wanted to hear. I'm very happy. High satisfaction. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. So how do you decide at kind of D&D when you're ready for
Jeremy Crawford's got some 4th edition books back there.
A huge rules expansion. It will really transform the way a lot of people play. So how do you know, okay, it's time?
So we began working on this.
The stream is much better put together.
When we felt
than
sort of close to 2 years out from when we expected
a few months
the
back.
Game is going to be ready.
So much better. That looked like they were filming, watching things through cell phone cameras.
Of expansion options, and this book,
visually they really
we've
stepped it up.
signaled this to you in the title.
So we can
very
kill Tasha.
much a follow-up to Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
Yes,
that's why we made sure everything is
I'm not
in the
sure
title.
She's a character in the book,
because we want it to be very clear from the get-go. This
Tasha
is another book in that line,
kill,
and that is a line of expansions to the whole game, because this book not only has new material for players, but also new options for dungeon masters. And we felt that, 3 years out from Xanathar's Guide, it was time to introduce a new set of options to give people fresh takes on things that we knew they love. I mean, because we know so many of us who play D&D, we return to these elements that just tickle our fancy over and over again. Some of us have played the same type of character countless times over the years. Man. But even when there's something you love, it's nice to get a new twist. And so a lot of this book is about giving you new twists. And that you see that not only in these new subclass options, but this book also introduces, for the first time in 5th edition, a set of new class features for every class in the player's handbook.
So
when you come to this book, if you have been, say, playing barbarians for the last 6 years, and you still want to play more barbarians, you're going to find at least you now have a new feature or two that you can add to your character sheet that provide some twists on how you experience your character.
Go mess around with the witches,
and so people
loaning them money
got to give us feedback on those class feature options.
Let's see if we can find some
really,
of the class feature options.
We're sort of involved in us in a deep way in this conversation, in evolving these classes, in creating these new options. And those new options, by the way, that were in the class feature option Unearthed Arcana were the most liked options we have ever done in Unearthed Arcana. So the message to us, and clearly to Milo, Chris's dog, who is agreeing, who clearly loves class feature options.
I think those are the class feature options that we went over
the message
in
from
this
the community was clear that these options belong in a book like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. And they join things like group patrons, which we can delve into, new spells, new magic items, the full sidekick rules, magical environments, secret, puzzles,
tunnels and trolls.
So much to talk about in this book.
It's a Marvel book back there. A little Marvel tie-in.
Let's start delving. I know that's what people want. We need to start delving. Yes, so I'm going to start off with subclasses, because obviously that has been one of the areas that has just lit up social media. We're all very excited. I'm glad you mentioned barbarians, because that's my lifelong.
She's talking about you, Cap. She's talking about you.
Very excited about Path of Wild Magic. But how do you make sure? Tell us a little bit about subclasses, but also what I'm really interested in is how you make sure you're staying true to a class and its place within kind of D&D, whilst also, providing that.
The question she's asking is, how do you make sure you don't make a homogenized class?
So when we're doing our initial design of subclasses, we're always looking for a bit of territory that we haven't explored yet for a particular class.
Should we be looking here?
And
what looks better on camera?
For instance, with the Barbarian, we had not yet done one that was taking the theme of wildness, that is a part of the Barbarian, but then associating that with the theme of wild magic. And so that for us was a natural
Are you talking about Tasha?
Very natural territory for us to wander into and explore.
Sorry.
But for us, that's only the first step. Then we'd look to the community through Unearthed Arcana and ask them, is this a realm you want us to venture into? And sometimes the community tells us no.
Everybody likes Dragonborns.
In this case, the answer was yes. And so when we get that yes back, then we push further. And it's at that point that we refine the design. We make sure it's balanced with the other options available to members of that class. Because we also want to make sure that when we introduce a new option, it feels at home with its subclass siblings. Keeping in mind, though, that every subclass has different strengths and different weaknesses. So people will see that, a particular subclass in this book or in Xanathar's guide or in the player's handbook might be very good at one thing and not so good at another, but then another subclass is great at that thing that their sibling is not so good at. But if you bring them together, they can form a very complementary group, which is also always a big part of our design. We're not only exploring ways in which we can enhance your experience as a barbarian, to keep using the Barbarian as an example, but we also want to look for ways that your character can bring something new to the group, because D&D at its heart is a co-op game, and no character exists in a vacuum. And we always want to make sure that when we introduce one of these new options, you're not only going to be happy that you're playing it, but your fellow players are also going to be excited to see that new option brought to the table. And so that's why there are often little bits, even in the classes that tend to be
that's why everybody gets Hunter's Mark
their own power. We still always want to make sure there's something there that either empowers their friends or at least injects a little bit of delight in the group play.
Put in some work, young squire. Thank you, sir.
Because they're summoning some neat creature that everyone will be delighted at seeing, appear at the table. Or
for anybody just joining us, this right now is the Jeremy Crawford, Chris Perkins panel
in the game had not yet done.
Talking about Tasha's Cauldron and everything.
I often like to say we are in
some of the expanded subclasses.
We are in the happiness business, and we always want to make sure that everything we create, especially in a major rules expansion like Tasha's Cauldron, has the potential to bring renewed smiles to a group. You know, even a group that's been playing every week since 5th edition came out, we want them to open up this book, take some of these options, and suddenly
I'm
their
serious.
game is
Me
going
and
to
that fly are
feel
going to go to
brand
war.
new all over again.
I swear to God.
And all the options have to work for all the worlds that are out there.
Oh,
yes.
Too. This
see which ones he mentions.
Expansion to the core game, and so
all three of the ones that are available.
Every option needs to be something that the players and the DM feel like can work in the world in which they're playing.
And that is a key point, not only about the subclasses, but about everything in this book. It has to have potential hooks in every D&D setting, because this is a setting agnostic book.
Welcome.
And we make sure that the material here is going to be at
Fernanda,
home.
if you're just joining us, we're listening to Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford talk about the rules expansion, Tasha's Cauldron, and everything.
Tailor the particular narrative of the game option for their world, because we know many DMs, part of their joy is customizing their world, and that can include customizing the story of a particular player character option. But we always want to make sure that the game design itself doesn't assume you're playing in Greyhawk or the Forgotten Realms or Eberron or some other setting.
Mention Mystara.
We want to make sure that you can take these options and drop them into any world. And so with that in mind, people will see in Tasha's Cauldron references to many different D&D worlds. And so that you see that from in the Greyhawk, text itself,
so obviously
that we occasionally will say, in Eberron, you might meet a person from this particular group who is
you're welcome, Fernanda. Any questions, just ask.
Whereas in this other world, they might appear in this other way.
It's good that they're starting to recognize more and more settings in 5e.
So let's talk actually bringing something new to the party.
Because right now the majority of them, the majority of everything is assumed to take place in Forgotten Realms.
I know I kind of tested those out, and I'm really excited to see them become official,
a real brick wall?
I feel like they add so much. So, what are you most excited about sidekicks doing for our adventure?
Sidekicks.
So first, I'm just thrilled that people will finally get to see the sidekick rules in all their glory. People have gotten to play a bit with sidekicks in the Essentials kit, but it's important to understand that those were in essence pre-built sidekicks using our sidekick system under the hood. Now in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, the DM is getting that sidekick system so that the DM can build
why do
sidekicks.
I not have a flaming sword with magic shooting
basically
out of it?
Until the cows come home.
You ain't hard like that yet,
we give you guidelines to create sidekicks of any sort. And we really took to heart after the Unearthed Arcana on sidekicks that people want sidekicks to be as simple as possible. So anyone
I can have one of the moderators put a link up to our Discord if you want. You can answer a lot of questions you may have about D&D, gaming in general if you want.
You're welcome to join. Sidekick classes are. An interesting thing that we heard
have a lot of people in there
feedback about sidekicks
at different levels of
is that many people liked them so much they wanted to play them as their character. And so in the book, we tell you, hey, if you want, this doesn't even have to be a sidekick. This could just be your character. If you want to play, one of these three sidekick classes,
she's not wrong,
the expert or the spellcaster, and you really enjoy the simplicity that they bring. And also, in a few cases, some unique abilities.
We'll get it up as soon as possible.
A particular combination of abilities that is all their own. A number of those abilities echo things that people will be familiar with in the Player's Handbook classes. But the way they're mixed together in the sidekick classes is a new special brew. And DMs can take that and, again, not only make NPC sidekicks for the group, but, hey, players, think of this as 3 new classes available to you in Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah, I really love that. I actually hadn't thought of it that way at all.
Yeah, the sidekick rules were great in the Essentials kit because the Essentials kit was built on the assumption that you could be playing with one DM and one player. And sometimes it's nice for that player to have a sidekick handy who can kind of help round out their group, bring skills and
back in the day when
abilities
you used to,
that the one character
I don't want to
doesn't
talk over
have.
Chris too much, but
in the
remember that. We'll
sidekicks,
come back
as
to the
they're
sidekicks in a minute.
Tasha's, you can go with that model. You can have a sidekick for the whole party. You could have multiple sidekicks in the party.
I want to turn Luther into a sidekick.
Very versatile and a great way to bring.
Anybody in the party knows what I'm talking
doesn't
about. Anybody in
have.
my group knows what I'm talking about.
And on top of that, yet another aspect of flexibility that DMs are gaining with the sidekick rules is they are a much simpler way to create NPCs than the guidelines
Paul
we
says,
provide in the
a
Dungeon
dwarven
Master's
expert
Guide.
bard
In the
sidekick that plays
DMG,
metal
we tell
adventure
you,
music.
You can take character classes
Metal.
from the player's handbook, and you could apply
Can't
levels
kill the metal.
to a monster or to one of the NPCs in the NPC appendix of the monster manual. That works, but that brings all of the complexity of a full player-facing character class. DMs can now use these sidekick classes to customize their NPCs and do so in a way that is, again, much more elegant. You know, it's going to, I think, reduce their prep time. So I could see a number of DMs using the sidekick rules to create NPCs who are not even sidekicks. And we acknowledge that in the book as well, that it is a supremely flexible new little system that we provide in this book.
And I hope it's not too much of a spoiler, but your sidekick doesn't even have to be like a person, right?
That's correct. The sidekick rules are so flexible, and we not only tell you this in the text, but we show you this in the art, that like one of the sidekicks, and I think on the team, all of us, our favorite sidekick, depicted in the book, because we depict 9 different sidekicks just to show the huge range of sidekick possibilities.
You have elementals
I think our
as sidekicks?
favorite across the board is the wolf we show, because the wolf has amazing personality, and depending on the viewer, and I'm looking forward to everyone else once they see the book,
like a wolf
forming
with intelligence
opinion,
stats?
You either think the wolf is missing an eye or that the wolf is winking at you, and this is one of those things where I love
getting hit on by a wolf.
You know, just to ask a person, so what do you think? Is the wolf missing an eye?
Cap, can you pop the link to the Discord in the chat when you get a chance?
I love it. Well, something else that we've got for groups, which I'm really excited about, is group patrons. So tell us more about that.
We introduced the concept of group patrons
just like Rowan. Rowan's your patron,
Eberron,
or was.
Rising
You're
from
fired.
the Last War, a book focused all about that world with its magic-fueled technology.
Oh, magic.
And we explored the concept there because in Eberron, characters are almost always embroiled in the machinations of various organizations. The response to group patrons was positive enough that we thought, this is a concept we could
Paul
take.
asked, I wonder if you were able to have a Frost Giant sidekick.
Developed it
I bet you could.
for Eberron.
Why not?
And
if he was amenable to you and your DM wanted you to be OP,
create
sure.
patron options that would work in any D&D setting. And we explored that concept. We liked it enough that it made it into this book. In fact,
I'm telling you, man, this is going to be like a Player's Handbook 3.
We provide
this book is going to be huge.
List of different group patrons.
Not huge as in size, but huge as in content. Your group can choose all right, I'm shutting up
if
now.
you want to engage with this option. And if you do choose it, your relationship with that patron could end up flavoring your entire campaign. For instance, if you decide we actually work for an ancient being.
Thanks, Cap.
Once you've decided who that ancient being is, and the one of the examples we give in the book is Azalin the Lich from Old Ravenloft.
Where's that?
Once you've decided who your ancient being patron is, that could have a major effect on what you're doing in your campaign, why you're doing it. Why is your ancient being patron asking you to do this? What is their motivation?
God.
And we provide you a variety of perks that your group can get if you decide to engage with this patron system and do quests for your patron. We've also introduced a benefit that was not in the Eberron book,
but
that
duly
if you
noted,
decide
Cap.
to have a patron, that is a sign that your group has sort of an extra level of cohesion. And because of that, your group is a limited number of times per day is able to just essentially give each other inspiration. In other words, give each other advantage on certain roles as a sign of you being drawn together with this clear common purpose, whether it's you work for the ancient being I mentioned, or a religious order, or an academy, or a military group, a criminal syndicate, whatever you pick, that is going to draw you together as you figure out not only what does our patron want of us, but what is our relationship with them? Because we point out in the book, you might not necessarily be on great terms with your patron, because in a way they could be that boss you love, or they could be that boss where it's like, oh my goodness, we just got another order.
From the big dragon on the mountain. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And the boss terrifies us, but we've got to do it.
The perks.
Or your patron could be someone your group has great fondness for, a almost a family connection to them, warmth, caring. Your group gets to explore what that relationship means. And then for your DM, it gives a powerful storytelling tool, because
patrons
we think
are huge.
of this as much of a DM tool as it is for players. Because if a DM has ever struggled a little bit for how do I bring this group of
I don't know what I would do if I
together?
didn't have
they have such
a big
disparate
patron to
backgrounds.
throw
How do I
horrible
give them a
things at
common
my players?
purpose? I might be struggling as I create this campaign to really come up with a through line in terms of the theme. The group patron can help a DM address those campaign design issues. Because if the group of players is like, yep, we want to work for a sovereign, and then the DM will figure out, okay, this might be this queen,
and
or
get
that
fired.
king, or this duke, or that duchess. That
Cap says he's talking about
suddenly
me.
could,
You are not a
depending
patron,
on the
Cap.
campaign setting that the DM
Cap, you were
is
somebody's.
using, that could end up
you were
like
somebody's
writing
sellsword.
half the campaign for the DM. Like, well, just as a consequence of them working for this person, and I as the DM knowing
Nobody ever
what
chooses
that
a patron. The
person is
patrons
involved
choose the
in,
people.
half the campaign just
who would ever
unfolded
choose
on its own.
patrons?
So again, powerful tool also for dungeon masters.
One of my favorite illustrations in the book is of one of the patrons, and it's a merfolk king.
Yes.
Aquaman.
Yeah. He is glorious.
codified Aquaman.
He has a crown of fish orbiting his head as he looks at you with a wonderfully inscrutable look. It's and the artist captured it perfectly.
Anybody got a dictionary?
Is he happy with us? Is he unhappy? We're not sure.
How do you spell it?
But he is our sovereign, and we will
I'll
embark
find out
on
what that
this
means.
mission that he has set
Context
for us.
clues. I'm gonna use context clues. Aloof.
Well, speaking
maybe?
of our sovereigns, I'm going to talk DMs, because
All right.
obviously you touched on it a little bit there. This does kind of open up
Listen,
new
all you
possibilities for
DMs out
DMs.
there.
I think Tasha's Cauldron for
Pay
everything has got a
attention.
lot to offer. So, what can DMs look forward to and adventurers prepare themselves for?
So, in addition to the sidekick rules that we've mentioned, the storytelling opportunities that DMs can discover in the group patrons, we also have guidance for DMs on running what the community often refers to as a session zero. We have talked about this in D&D materials over the years, but we realized we had
It's
not
fish. It's scrutable.
given it
A scrutable
its
scrumptious.
due in a 5th edition book. So
Scrumptious,
Tasha's
scrumdiddle,
Cauldron
yumptious
has a
fishes.
section specifically on running that session before your first session.
This part is probably put in there as a result of all the feedback they've gotten from new player expectations at the table.
Your group comfortable
And
or
that is something
so
a session
that
zero
you
is
can, before play
addressing a
even
session zero has
starts,
like
make
never
sure
been in
you're
a book.
setting your group
So
up for having a happy, collaborative time.
If I can say,
we also for DMs give you guidelines.
I think what you're seeing here now is a primer for what we're going to have in the core rulebook.
This is a little bonbon of a section. Make no mistake, we are not presenting a heavy rule system for parlaying with monsters. This is actually us presenting a set of delightful tables that a DM can choose from or roll on to figure out what a particular type of monster might especially desire. And then if the players are able to provide that thing that the monster desires, they might be able to dispel a conflict before it even starts. And so we provide some guidelines on figuring out what is it that a monster desires. And then if you provide it, you might be able to turn what might have been a conflict into a delightful conversation. We also for DMs have a whole
i.e. rules for how to get out of things without drawing your sword.
Magical environments.
And that's what that is.
And you will get to discover here what happens when you're in a region, for instance, that has been saturated with magic from the far realm, and we give you rules for dealing with that. What if you're in a massive realm that's haunted? Or that is a mirror zone where suddenly things in mirrors in this particular region have come to life. All of that here is for DMs. We also have
so they're really leaning hard into giving you
like with puzzles,
rules for
designed by puzzle designer
random situations. Like they're really trying to set new DMs up.
To any campaign.
This book is going to be mega helpful, especially for new DMs.
A lot of D&D groups are used to lots of role play, combat, exploration.
Yes, mirrors, like mirrors of light trapping.
Has tested their hands or their minds at solving puzzles, and we wanted to provide a really easy way for DMs to introduce puzzle solving to D&D groups. And so the puzzle section of this book is all about doing exactly that.
I'm all about that. That is fantastic.
Two other big things for DMs. There's a lot here. There are new spells in the book, which are both for dungeon masters and for players. And I always like to remind players of that. When you see that awesome new spell and you're excited for your character to cast it, remember the DM's NPCs are also now going to be able to cast this spell. So you might have to watch out. And then we also have a bunch of new magic items and new artifacts. Some of the artifacts in this book,
I wonder if they're going to have the Scroll of Tarrasque summoning
defining for some of the DMs
in Tasha's Cauldron and everything. They've got it in Icewind Dale. We'll have to take a look at that at some point later today.
Baba Yaga's Mortar and Pestle.
Baba Yaga.
Igwilf's Demonomicon.
For those of you who don't know who Igwilf is, it's
the Mighty
Tasha.
Servant of Luco.
That's her other name.
A lot of classic artifacts from D&D's history.
The name I couldn't pronounce right to save my life in my video.
Are here in this book.
One of my favorite parts of the magic item chapter is the magic spell books.
Yes.
If players are lucky enough to get their hands on.
Yeah, one of the things that we endeavored to do in the new magic items is to include new spellcasting focuses that are magic items for the game's spellcasters, and that includes a whole set of different magic spell books that wizards can get their hands on. And in addition to having spells in those books, which is one of the things wizards want most, wizards are always hungry for more spells, those books can themselves be used as a spellcasting focus and give the wizard new powers. This, finally, when it comes to magic items, this book also has the magic tattoos that appeared in Unearthed Arcana, and people will be able to not only
barbarians
see
have
those
had
tattoos
access to those magical tattoos for a while, and now they're just gonna let everybody
start
use
showing
them.
up with these magic tattoos.
Magic tattoos are spells that are in spells that are in tattoo form.
Yes.
Obviously, the tattooed on the body, so therefore you always have them on you, so to speak.
I think I could do it. So obviously you mentioned puzzle. This is something I'm really excited about. I love puzzles. So how do you make sure that You know, because I feel like you've got D&D brains. You know, when you've been working on D&D as long as you have, you know, that's how your brain works. My brain's on a lower level.
Cap, you talking about the magic tattoos?
Am I also going to be able to make it through these puzzles, or is this just the end of every campaign for me now?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, there's barbarians that have, I forget which barbarian it is, but they have magical tattoos.
As a thing that you can just drop into your game. But there's also a section in each puzzle called hint checks, which is a system by which the DM can help the players overcome an obstacle and get a little bit of information. They make an ability
effectively
check,
running puzzles in game is pretty hard.
The DM what the characters
without like
learn
giving them too much. You don't know where that line is between giving them too much information and giving the whole puzzle away, and like making it so difficult that they have no clue what's going on. So the fact that they've developed a system for that is interesting. I wouldn't have figured out how to create a system for it. So I'm kind of really interested in seeing what they've
puzzles have always been a fascinating part
what
of
they've
D&D
worked out for that.
They are a play experience that test the player, whereas most of the things in D&D, like combat, for instance, or a social interaction where you're using your skills, test the character. And so we wanted to preserve that core experience of puzzles, which is it's actually something for the player to solve, but we wanted to make it so that each player could essentially turn to their character and say, help.
Exactly. Your intelligence 18 wizard should be able to solve an anagram, whereas you, the player, might struggle with that, and that's cool.
Yeah. So in a way,
that's a novel idea.
You get to come to
again.
Each
that's
of these
like we talk about, where like there's a difference between the player at the table and your character. You know, just because you don't make people who have a strength of 18 prove that they can break a door down. So if you have a high intelligence, you should be able to solve some of those things in game. So that only makes sense. That's a nice feature.
Solver too.
Yes.
Thank you. So when we're coming up with kind of items and spells, obviously there's loads of kind of great new bits and pieces in this. Love the tattoos. Very excited about those. What are they kind of? How
Fernanda says, "I need a clueless group of players to join and learn. So many years hearing about the game,
like problems we need to solve,
nerd
or is it something you're kind of thinking where you think,
did not
there's something
even
great
try.
I would love to do or see, and that's where it comes from.
If you're looking for clueless players, I can introduce you to 5.
Like this, when it comes to spells and magic items,
3,
and even rules for the DM.
2, no, just Cap.
It's
really,
very
Cap.
Similar to
Meet
how
Cap.
we
He's
approach
clueless.
Subclasses. We look for territory we haven't explored yet. And then
I'm just kidding, Cap.
start doing initial forays into that territory to see, is there something here? And so an example of that in the magic items
Cap, don't sell yourself
all
short.
Of these magic
you
spellcasting focuses.
You could teach. At least a baseline. At least a basic.
A couple of those in the Dungeon Master's Guide. But we realize with those couple of options, we're not serving the full range of spellcasters in
Russell,
the game.
far from clueless.
And we really could create a really nice, flavorful set of magic spellcasting focus options for our characters.
Saying nothing.
And
not
so that
place.
was, that's something we wanted to do.
Danny Orange, how's it going?
We wanted to do because magic tattoos have
about an hour now.
Times.
Danny,
we realized we hadn't done it yet in 5th
started
edition.
at
this book also has some psionic themed subclasses.
Danny, what we're listening to now is we're listening to Jeremy Crawford and
tattoos have often shown up in things.
Chris Perkins talk about the new book, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, that's coming out for 5th edition on November 17th.
And then also sometimes we are wanting to explore better play experiences. A great example of this type of design are the new summoning spells. This book includes a suite of new summoning spells, which people got a preview of in Unearthed Arcana. And these are not only meant to provide
cool, but stop the talk, please do it, Cap.
But they're
Fernanda, if you're interested, you can do a watch along at some point with the group.
We think
we'll open it up, and you can sit in and watch. And
to engage
the only thing I ask is that you don't interrupt too much and just raise your hand and ask questions.
Those spells still have a place, and we actually make sure in designing
if everybody's okay with that
they can coexist with the player's handbook spells. That's why they don't do the same thing. The player's handbook conjuring options allow you a fair amount of liberty to figure out what it is you're going to summon.
We can have Fernanda play
But that
Luther.
also has a fair amount of overhead for the players and the DMs, because they're going to have
says
to
Fernanda,
go
don't
rifle through
rely
the
on
monster
Cap if you
manual
want to try
to
for a
find those
session,
stat
come try.
blocks and
Yeah.
whatnot. So there's kind of a there is an at the table weight to those spells, and we wanted to explore a type of summoning that would basically be speedier, easier to engage with, something that players and DMs knew, like, yep, you can just call out that creature right away and have it engage without there being a pause as we all go for looking at our monster books to see, what thing do we want to summon. And so these new summoning spells are all about giving you a stat block right in the spell and giving you a few customization options.
Oh, that's good, because at this point,
and away you go.
The summon spells are kind of busted.
For the people who still want
like summon
to be
familiar
able to
and summon
go
servant
into their monster manual and choose from a big list, you can still do that using the conjuring spells that are in the player's handbook.
Fantastic. Well,
it can get
right
really
into the last few minutes of this panel. So what I wanted to do was ask you really quickly,
once you start getting into summoning spells.
For each of you, what are you most excited
Final
about
thoughts
that we're
here
going to see in Tasha's
on the
Conjuring
end of our
Everything?
first panel. Dungeons and Designers.
It is difficult for me to choose.
Of the dog barks.
Because this has been my baby for almost 2 years, and I love so much that is in it. And so I will boil my answer down to this. The thing I'm most excited about is people getting their hands on the options that just collectively, this toy box of new things they will get to experience in their character, in their campaign. That's what I'm excited about. So really, I'm thinking of it all as
they've made
this
the
just
options,
big cauldron,
they've brought the options
I'm
into the
excited
rulebook
for
now,
them
I
to
guess, officially.
dive
But
into that cauldron
I always
itself,
assumed
and
that you
to
had
have all
a
of
whole
the
bunch of these
material
options already.
commented on by Tasha, the amazing wizard who is the point of view character throughout the book.
Much the same way
Xanathar
was,
and back into the fore and making her a central character in our ongoing D&D story. I'm also excited about playing a option from this book in my Saturday game.
Which one?
At D&D Celebration. So I'll be playing an artificer subclass, but I won't tell you which one. It's a secret.
Ooh. Sunday's game. He's referring to the last
Very
game of the
smooth.
day
Well,
on Sunday,
thank
the
you
Acquisitions
so
Incorporated
much for joining
stream.
me. I feel like I got most of my questions.
Not sure
so
exactly
I'm very,
what
very
time
happy.
that
I hope
is,
that everybody
but
watching loved that because,
that'll be the
there's
last
so
thing
much we could
from
tell
the
you,
whole
but we got
weekend.
as much as we could in there. Don't forget, obviously, that you can pick up Icewind Dale right now. Go out and get it. What
Pick
are
it
you
up.
doing?
Pick it up
and
right
of
now.
course, you
It's
can
picked up.
already pre-order Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, so it will be in your hands on November 17th, and you can dive
November
into
17th is going to be a huge release day.
But Chris,
feel like
Jeremy,
I've said that
and
before.
Milo, thank you so much for joining me today. And next up, we have got How We Roll, more fantastic live play for you. So we'll be right back after this.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our first panel for today. Let's go back to the library. So what do you guys think, huh? Anybody out there excited for the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything book? Anybody out there excited for Icewind Dale? We go to chat for a couple minutes before we take a look into How We Roll. So, how you guys feeling? You doing good? We are now 1 hour and 1 minute into our first stream. So, feeling good? Feeling good? Let's kick the music back on a little bit. So we're gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a look at the schedule here, see what's coming up next. So I spoke too soon. Let's go back to Cap says, I'm interested in those tats. Fernanda, this is really fun for my first time. Yeah, this is something new for me. I've never done anything this big before. Doesn't sound right. Let's see. Okay. So, nope. You're in a dark void. You're surrounded by nothing. Hit the wrong button. All right, so up next, it's How We Roll from 11 to 1. Now, during the live play sessions, I'm going to put them on, but it's going to be a lot more banter, a lot more talk. We may lampoon a little bit. We'll see how the game's played. Fernanda, this is probably a good opportunity for you to watch some actual live play D&D from people who presumably know what they're doing. Personally, I'm not too familiar with How We Roll, so but they are highly thought of enough to be on D&D Celebration 2020, which is actually something I would love to do one day, is be officially part of some sort of Dungeons and Dragons event. That would be fantastic. But let's go back in the library for a second here. Boop. Back in the library, turn some music on. You guys, let me know if you can hear the music, because before you couldn't hear it. Oh, time to stretch. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're hanging out with me for a good portion of this stream and tomorrow's stream and Sunday stream, make sure you stay hydrated. Cap, check your disco. Oh, that was for Cap. I almost thought that was for me. All right, Danny. Okay, so where were we before we jumped into that? Well, we were talking about stuff we might want to do this weekend. Actually, we were taking a look at the schedule. Wells says, when we playing with Joe Manganiello? Hopefully soon. Man, I would love to DM that guy. Personally, I would love to DM him. Can you guys hear the music by any chance? Music blasting. See, I can't get right. Can't find that medium ground. We'll have it right by Sunday, by the end of the stream. All right, so the next panel is going to be Adventures Wanted Live, moderated by Amy Lynn DeZura, with Matt Cook and Claire Hoffman. Is it still loud? Or is it better? So, the perils of live streaming. It's all right. We'll get it. So what do you guys think about the library, huh? Like us? Like the library? Couple channel announcements while I got a couple minutes of downtime. After this weekend stream, I'd like to announce that we are in fact moving. That's right. I have bought a village. And I've bought a castle that overlooks that village. And we are going to be moving the entirety of the Polyhedral Paradise community to Polyhedral Paradise Falls. And we're also moving time. Polyhedral Paradise Live, or if you want to call it... Well says, like the DM screen, can you have it up during the games? Yeah, I can have it up during the game. I have to figure out how to do it in Zoom, but I can definitely have it. Let's just overlay. Or I could actually use my Streamlabs camera as a camera for Zoom. There's ways to set it up, but I can do it. Make it feel, does it feel more official? Like I have my rolls back here? Because it's not real, obviously. I mean, it's real. Obviously, it's real, but you know what I'm saying. So, yeah, so not only are we moving location, but we're actually moving time. So, most likely, we're going to be moving to Thursday night at 8 o'clock. Same channel, though. Same bat time. Well, different bat time. Same bat channel. So, let's talk about Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. This book, like you heard from Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford, is basically going to be a major rules expansion for 5th edition. It's going to have a little bit of everything in there, and it covers a bunch of stuff that I never thought I would see covered, like the stuff about the puzzles. That was news to me, that they were going to do anything involving rules for puzzles, rules for talking with monsters. Well, these are always things that that is correct, Danny. Thursday at 8. Right now, that's what we're thinking. Me and EPs. It's not set in stone. It may be 7:30, maybe 7. But I'd like to go earlier in the day. And I can't do that on Wednesdays. So Thursday seems like the best day for that. Is it? Yeah. So, major rules. Yeah. So, sorry, I lost my place. Talking about negotiating with monsters. Yeah. So that's not something I'd ever thought I would see rules for. And the important thing to remember is that a lot of times people assume that the only way to get around monsters is to pull your sword out and start fighting, especially when people are so focused on gaining experience points, and that's how they level up. But I like the fact that they're encouraging players to use their heads and figure out ways to talk their way out of battles with monsters, and that way you kind of get experience for keeping something alive and making it laugh, or you even stand the chance of turning that thing around and being on your side. Cap says, I'll be at work, but you know I'm always in. I know. Cap even plays at work. Cap's a rogue. Cap don't give up. He don't care. He rolls the dice at work in front of customers. I respect that. I really do. All right. So, like I was saying before, if you're going to stick around with me for some of the stream, a lot of the stream, all of the stream, or little bits, just remember, please stay hydrated. It's very important that you stay hydrated. And if anybody, okay, well, let's take a look at the schedule. So, Adventures Wanted Live is the next panel. That's from 1 to 2. Right now, How We Roll is probably getting ready to come on, so we're going to join that shortly, and we're going to take a look at some live play. And while the Danny says, yeah, it is great. DM can award XP for plenty of outcomes besides actual kills. Yep. Yes. As a matter of fact, that's what I do. Personally, at my table, I like combat. I like it good enough, but I like to treat combat as you would in real life. You know, if your life was threatened around every turn, I think that no matter how badass you were, you would want to mitigate the amount of combat that you engaged in, because no matter what, when you get in combat, there's a chance you can die. So the way I like to treat combat is it's necessary when it's necessary. It's not the first course of action or second course of action. So I kind of like to try to get the people that I play with to sort of adopt that philosophy without telling them how to play. But one way you can do that is to offer experience points for other things other than combat. So you pick the thing that you want them to do, and you pick the way that they sort of want them to play the game, and you reward that. It doesn't mean that you punish them for the other stuff. It just means you offer a reward for other things than combat, and then people will naturally gravitate towards that. So. But, you know, that's just me. I know there's plenty, and there's nothing wrong with a table that's combat heavy. Absolutely nothing wrong. It's just not necessarily my style. It's me personally. Okay, so for the third time, Adventures Wanted Live is coming on at 1 to 2 Pacific Standard Time. Then A Darkened Wish is on from 2 to 4. That's another live play. Invisible Dragons, dealing with mental health adventures. That's from 4 to 5 Pacific Standard Time. 5 to 7, Rivals of Waterdeep. Now, the panel from 7 to 8 is one that I am really looking forward to, and I know Gray is probably really going to be looking forward to that too, because there's little something that's being worked on with she and I, which we're not ready to talk about yet, but that's gonna come into play, and that's gonna be how to get your stuff published as a D&D designer. That's from 7 to 8, and we're gonna finish up the night with Acquisitions Incorporated live play from 8 to 10, and that DM is Jeremy Crawford. Players Jerry Hawkins, Mike Krahulik, Anna Prosser, Xavier Woods, and Holly Conrad. No, I can't yet. Especially since Gray's not here. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to say anything. But, all right, what we're going to do now, because my mouth is dry, and we're going to go back into the theater with our sweet viewing ring of viewation. Oh, I'm going to pull the music back up and turn that off. we're going to go back in and, sorry. Oops. Let me stop that. It's only my computer. You figure I'd know how to work it by now. Alright, so we're going to stop the music there. And we're going to go back now to the live watch and see where we're at here.
Once the bonfire's up, I think she goes over. She's straight into mum mode.
He'll
She's
hydrate.
Pulling out these warm weather clothes from her pack and kind of draping them around and kind of not even like really saying
so this is how we roll.
Just like you need to get
this
these
is
on.
a live
You
play.
need to get yourself warm.
I'm going to leave this up for you guys. I'm going to step away
just,
for
like, fussing everyone else
a
to
couple
kind of
minutes to
help
get
him
some
get
water,
into
use the
these
bathroom,
clothes.
and then I'm just going to leave this up on the screen. You guys can watch, talk and chat. You guys can bail, come back later, whatever you want to do. But we've got 4 o'clock p.m. is going to be when the next panel is. So if you want to step away for anything, the live plays may be the time to do it. So
I have no memory. Where am I?
All right, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. If anybody comes in, wondering where I'm at, just let them know I stepped away to use the bathroom.
Welcome to the
Enjoy the How We Roll live play, and
from?
I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Icewind
Right
Dales.
back.
Sure, I was only in Mirrorbar but a moment ago. Oh. Surely it can't be possible. What time is it?
Hard to tell. There's no sunlight. It's daytime. How did you get in? Nobody gets in or out of the Icewind Dales for the last 2 years.
Graham is my name, and I have no memory of how I've ended up here. I've simply woken up in this bone capsule, and I'm just trying to survive.
You should come with us. We're going to a town, and if you stay out here by yourself, you probably won't survive.
You will have absolutely no arguments from me. So, what is your name?
I'm Gone.
Okay, yes. Nice, pleasure to meet you, Gone.
So no memory of getting here then?
Absolutely no memory at all. I think I do know that there was people from Luskin who were attempting to trying to make it to Icewind Dale, but it's been locked off in the spine of the world. No one's been able to make it in here. What exactly is happening?
And what about your? And he points to like the broken up capsule. Friend?
I have no idea who was in the other capsule.
So, Zelfiz, as you say that, you see the trail leading away from the second capsule, and it's leading a direct line towards Dugan's Hole, which is your final destination. Whoever or whatever was in that capsule is heading towards the town that you're heading towards.
Maybe we can find who or what it was. It seems to be going in our direction.
Okay.
Right, guys? Are we to Dugan's Hole?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's where we've got to go and look next. That's what I'm paying you for, isn't it?
Just
Payment?
looking at... Sorry, Joe, looking at the tracks in the snow, is there any like idea of size or shape or nature of the tracks we can get from it?
The tracks are about a foot wide. You can see that straight away, and there's no kind of footprints. Whatever it is dragging or rolling itself through the snow. But if you want to give me a quick investigation roll as you look closer, that'd be great.
Thank God you picked an intelligence skill. Zalfiz rolled a 9. This is not of this world.
So you do notice something, and you dip your finger in it, and it comes away on your glove, and you're not sure if it's black or red or what, but whatever it is seems to be dropping a strange viscous liquid.
So
only in small patches, like just drips.
As I said, I've like a bandolier of like test tubes with different potions and stuff, and I'm gonna take an empty test tube and like scrape off whatever that viscous material is, and maybe look to analyze it later. I'm sure that won't come back to bite me.
Is anyone trained in survival?
I believe I am.
So as you look around, and you look particularly to the north, which is where the most of 10 towns are, you can see a storm brewing, and you think it's going to be arriving soon.
Okay. We should get moving. We've got a storm coming our way, and we don't want to be outside when that happens. And he'll start trudging through, following the path that's going towards Dugan's Hole, as it is, just ahead of everyone, and kind of incline for them to follow.
Yeah, and I will follow.
Kestra will help Graham up. She'll wrap her tail around his waist and kind of put her hand underneath his shoulders to kind of support him.
Oh, thank you.
And he's not doing well, despite the winter clothes and the fire. He's going to need some healing. As you walk, it's going to be about an hour for you to get to Dugan's Hole. You've been travelling from Goodmead. To your right is the forest. There are a small number of forests in Icewind Dale, and Dugan's Hole and Goodmead are actually right next to one of them, where they get a lot of their fuel and building materials. To your left is the Redwater, the shallowest lake in all of 10 Towns, and as you look across it, it is completely frozen solid. Before Icewind Dale became locked down, before the sun disappeared, this time of year the Redwater would have been completely water, no ice, and there would have been many ships fishing upon it. But right now, all you can see is the endless snow and frost. As you walk this hour to Dugan's Hole, would you share your mission with Graham?
I think so. I think so. Like Zelphys would be. Graham, good man, you didn't see any characters passing by. We're hunting for a criminal.
You're hunting for a criminal? Interesting. What exactly is this criminal wanted for?
So, don't let this scare you, but he may have murdered 3 people.
A murderer. Okay, yes.
I mean, he's going to have a case, I'm sure, until proven innocent or proven guilty and all that. But yeah, he more or less murdered 3 people.
So you people are bounty hunters?
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Maybe.
I think this is where Kestra has kind of just been listening and trying to focus on getting Graham through the snow. She kind of perks up next to you. I'm the bounty hunter. I came across these wonderful fellows and hired them to help. It is cold and lonely out here by yourself.
I'm the brains.
Well, if you require...
All right. What's
hand,
up? What happened? What happened? What'd I miss?
I would be willing to do...
Actually, I didn't miss anything. I was watching.
Some work. I think...
So they're playing...
use the money. I have nothing.
Something in Icewind Dale.
Trapped in this place.
The official adventure, I believe.
I see. Well, how does 25 gold sound to you?
Ching, 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 ching. That's what it sounds like.
It's definitely better than the current 0 I have.
I know, smart ass. Okay, so they're heading to Dugan's Hole in 10 Towns. So I'm going to rip out my map from the Icewind Dale book and give you guys a visual,
if the idea of catching a murderer doesn't
of where they're
you
headed.
Off.
Well, yeah. I suppose there is, with no risk, there's usually no reward. So, yes, count me in.
Yeah,
and as you're having, this conversation, Dugan's Hole appears ahead of you. Like most of the towns in 10 Towns, it's made out of houses with tall, very peaked roofs, so the snow can't gather on top, and they're also on stilts, so that the heat.
Okay, so tearing this out of the book is becoming a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Dugan's Hole has a reputation for unfriendliness. It is the smallest and furthest away town of all of 10 Towns.
In the Rime of the Frostmaiden, well, this is going to be a long weekend.
As you get closer
in the Rime of the Frostmaiden,
you can hear the sound of
they actually have
barking wildly.
Lisa, how's it going?
As you step closer,
she snuck in on me.
You see,
Lisa, we're watching the live play of How We Roll. They're playing through the Rime of the Frostmaiden. I'm not sure what section. It sounds like the lead-in, like they're doing it straight from the book.
In the snow, not too far from
they're heading to Bremen right now, so I pulled that from Dugan's Hole. I pulled out the map. I'm going to be showing everybody in a minute, like the physical representation of what we're looking at.
We know there's somebody else.
I wanted to get into
being the slightly mothering
right now in the
book
Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Person laying down in the snow.
They have a.
The dogs are going absolutely mad. They're straining at the
a snowflake
leashes,
reference.
and they're trying to scratch their
I guess
way
what I
out
mean by
of the
that is
cage.
like they have
Lying in
friendliness,
front of
services, and
them
comfort for each town.
is a
So I'll show it
corpse
to you in the book.
lying face down in
see
the
it.
snow.
And each town
is
is
it really
represented
obvious
by
that it's
one, two,
like a
or
corpse?
three
Does it look like it's
snowflakes.
frozen to death,
Like a
or is
three
there
snowflake
injury?
in friendliness means the town's very friendly.
That's a good
Two
point. No, from
snowflake
behind
means it's
dressed in
medium. One
furs, it has its
snowflake
hood
means
up,
it's
so
not
you can't
very
actually see
friendly.
any of its
And they
skin.
have
Although
three
actually,
of
when you
those.
look closely, you see that one of its
Three of
gloves
those
has
areas:
been
friendliness,
removed,
services, and
lying near
comfort.
it, and its
This is the first
hand
time I've seen
is
that in any type of
strangely
book.
wounded, like the
But it's a
skin
nice
across the
reference
top
for
of its hand
DMs
has
to
been
sort of have
abraded
to
away,
look right at and
or
see,
pulled away,
like, oh,
revealing
well, they're
weakness
friendly
below.
here, but there isn't a whole lot of way in
think
services, and the
Kestra
comfort
grabs
is
the
very
body by
low.
the shoulders and just very carefully, not to entirely put it on its back.
Right
but
on.
kind
Did I
of
miss
rolls
anything
it
cool from this morning? Yeah,
to see
actually,
the state of the front of this person. If there's
didn't
any
stream the first
obvious
live play, but the
injury,
Chris Perkins, Jeremy
she's looking for
Crawford
a stab wound.
interview on
she's
Rime
been
of the Frostmaiden
described the weapon
and
that this murderer
Tasha's
they're
Cauldron and
looking for has
everything
used.
was pretty cool.
She's looking to see
So.
if there's signs of that kind
But
of ice
it's
knife
probably
that she
still
has been
available.
Told about.
That you can
Her
go back and
instant thought
watch.
that this is another victim.
Or you can always, I
So
could probably maybe
you
clip it
roll
out
him over,
and
it is a him,
post it separate. But
and
yeah,
there is no sign of wounds upon
this is only the
his
third
abdomen,
thing right now.
but
So
his face is frozen in a rictus of horror and pain. His face is swollen and sort of blue and black, and his eyes are bulging out out from his skull, and his cheek has another one of these wounds, where the skin almost looks like it's been torn away. It's slightly
Egon Favely is so well
sort of leaf
dressed.
shape, the wound.
He is so well dressed.
Am I able to tell what might have caused a wound like that?
Cap says, yes, I can
Kestra's
get
gonna
magic
shout
tats
for
and
the
kill
others
Tasha.
to say
Negative,
that she's
Cap.
found a body.
Negative. I told you.
Yeah, if
Chances of
you
you
have,
killing
Arcana,
Igolf
you might be able
are
to
like
use
slim
this.
to none.
If you have
Yeah.
survival,
said there's goals
that might
high.
work as well.
All right.
I
So,
have Arcana.
Okay, give me that roll.
That is 19.
Nice.
So you've never come
where did
across
they
anything like this, but you have read books about sort of strange abominations.
They're heading
that
to
have
Dugan's Hole, if I
tentacles
remember
with
correctly. So,
suckers on the end.
suckers.
That kind of wound would match
That
this,
is the
where
map of
something has
Dugan's
grabbed
Hole.
onto it and literally pulled away.
There's
taking
the,
skin and part of the flesh with
Red
it.
waters that he was talking about. That's completely frozen over.
I think when the others arrive,
He
Kestra
says, nice,
set
we had
the
some
body
homebrew
back
magic tattoos in my
down
second
as she
edition
found
game.
it,
Nice.
and has stepped back, and she's
that's the
immediately
full fold out.
reaching for one of the daggers that she keeps at her side.
And here's the map
not to draw it,
of
but just to
Icewind
keep her
Dale and
hand on
10
the hill.
Towns.
And you all kind
Let
of
me
have
know
a
in
feeling
chat,
that you're
do you
being
want me to
watched,
bring
but
up
it could just be
a
complete
map
paranoia,
of
the
10
fact that
towns
this
that you
town
can
is
see
in almost
as
complete
they
darkness
sort of run
despite
through
being
this?
after midday.
Just for
The fact that
reference.
these
I could
houses are
probably
sort of
pop it up in the
looming
corner and
around
you guys could take a look at
There's
it
a body in front
as they
of
go
you and
along.
These dogs going absolutely nuts. But you do have a feeling that you're being watched.
Gone would like
Got
to
a
go
feeling
over and, like, calm the dogs.
like we're being
just,
watched.
Try to make them not be going so wild, so that we're not drawing attention to ourselves as we're coming into this town. Considering we just found a dead body upon entry.
Do you have a skill that you could use to do that?
Yeah, I'll use animal handling.
Okay.
Oh no, I rolled a nat 1.
God.
You ain't handling nothing. Whoops. Hold on a second.
Okay, so if anything, you have riled them up. So one of them actually is so angry now, it's strained on its leash and has pulled away from it, and it's broken the leash and is now jumping up against the wall of this cage, almost jumping as high as probably not your head because you are really tall, but right up against the ceiling of this cage, trying to get at you and trying to get out.
Oh man. I back away. I'm just like, oh no. And I'm gonna just not exactly hide behind everyone else, but go stand behind them so that the dogs don't have kind of a direct sight of me, because I don't want to rile them up anymore after my pitiful attempt.
God, you keep telling us you're good with animals, but I haven't seen any evidence.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I think no matter what, we're going to draw some attention here. That is a corpse. By the way.
What is the MO of the murderer? Could this potentially be a victim?
Doesn't match the profile. We're
He
looking for
uses
somebody
knives
that
made of ice.
knives made of ice. They melt. after a while. That victim.
All right, I'm going to pop it up. I'm working on it right now.
Tentacles, maybe. Suction. Something's ripped the skin from its face.
Charming.
I'm gonna. I hate to be a bother, but I think I'm going to need somewhere to rest. I'm not going to be able to continue going like this.
That sounds like we look for a drink and maybe talk to some locals. Where could we do that?
So from where you stand, most of the houses look eerily deserted. But straight ahead of you, maybe 100 feet away, there is a much, much larger house. Maybe like 2 or 3 times as big as any of the others, and it's standing on a raised platform that goes out of sight to the left and to the right towards the Redwater, almost like a pier. And this could be the speaker's house. Now, all of you are natives of Icewind Dale, apart from Graham, and so you know that the speaker of Dugan's Hole is a lady called. Is a lady called Edgar Dermot.
She needs rebranding. Edgar what?
Edgar Dermot.
Okay. You won't butcher that.
We should move. We should move towards this building or somewhere in town. Vigon picks up the body because he doesn't want to just leave a dead body just out in the snow next to dogs that will quite possibly eat him if they get out of the cage.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to figure out a way I can.
Gon goes to pick up the body. Am I able to just slip a hand into a couple of like the outside pockets? I want to see if there's anything of interest there before we hand this over, just in case this is related to what we're looking for.
Yeah. Do you have an appropriate skill to do this?
Otherwise,
investigation,
I guess.
Do you want to do it subtly, or do you actually just want to start looking through the pockets?
I'm just going to start looking through the pockets.
I can say one thing that I'm kind of curious about is like the DM here is asking them what skill they want to use instead of telling them what roll to make. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's a little different than how I approach things.
You do find 2 keys, a large one and a smaller one.
For the dog cage.
I mean, the keys themselves, do they look like the kind of keys that would be like ornate or intricate, the kind that you get for like inside a house, or like a lockbox, or are they kind of like the rough kind that you get for like outdoor keyholes and things like that?
You don't need to see their faces.
One of them is a padlock.
I'll move it somewhere.
I guess could be the dog cage, and the other one is a larger key, which could be a house, although it's very, very basic. Like it wouldn't take even someone who wasn't very skilled a very long time to work this lock open.
Okay.
It'd be a bigger dog cage.
Yeah. Let's hope not. Yeah, okay. Kestra's gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to those keys for a bit. She's not gonna like pocket them. She's gonna keep them in her hand. But she doesn't want them.
Sounds like somebody I know.
As we carry the body towards the speaker's house.
Slash, what's good, buddy? Good to see you.
So how about? Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Do we look for a tavern for Graham to get some
try to do that.
Imbibe some invigorating fluid and some heat?
You definitely have my vote.
Okay.
I think we're gonna search for a tavern, I guess, then, Joe.
Yeah, somewhere that we can find some shelter anyway.
And some rumors and news.
So you start walking through the town, and again, these houses, although sort of similar in construction to the houses of the rest of 10 towns, they're much, much more basic. They really look quite.
I think what I might try to do is as they go into different towns, maybe I can pull up the map of that town to help you guys give a little bit of a visual.
Sort of signs, maybe on outside buildings advertising an inn or a tavern or a
try
shop.
to touch his face.
But all of these.
All right, let me get back to chat. Sorry, I was a little distracted.
And they look quite
let's
deserted.
see. Gray says, I'm here listening, but unable to participate in chat right now. No problem. It'd be easier. Yes, the map.
And as you get within about 30 feet, the door
Gray, I
opens,
must get a magic
and
tattoo.
A huge man exits.
That would be
He's
cool.
dressed in as many.
Can't gray their mind. They're everybody's now, Caps.
The animal
They're everybody's.
skins he's wearing is that of an Arctic bear, completely white, with the head over his head. And he looks around, and even at this distance, you can see.
Cap says the OP stands for overpopulated. Nice. OP sled. I'm no one's sidekick.
Hello, good. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, well, we're sort of stumbling. Can he see
Crime's
us
got
quite clearly?
snow.
How close are we?
Snow in it.
Yeah, you're only 30 feet away.
You should really be streaming inside.
Well,
All
I'm
that
sort of
snow's going to get in the
stumble up
microphone.
and- So, I'm very injured, and I was wondering if I could use your tavern.
He kind of sneers and laughs and
What
goes,
tavern? I missed it. Where did?
Strangers
What
aren't
tavern
welcome
did they
here.
say they were at?
Good luck to you. And he turns his back to you and makes to head away from your group and away from the speaker's house. And as he turns, you realise that over his back,
so they're at Dugan's Hole. They're at the speaker's house
that 10 Towns is so famous for. 5 foot long, and he's just holding it over his shoulder as he heads off.
I think Kestra will probably call out after him.
Let's see. Let's see.
She kind of steps forward. Well, that's not very nice, is it? These strangers that have just come into your town have recovered a body that all of you seem to have missed in front of the dog cage back there. Do you know this man?
He doesn't
Kind of
even
just
turn.
points.
He doesn't even turn as he just begins to walk off. So he's about 20 feet away from you now.
Kess is going to turn to Zalfiz and just, in disbelief. Well, his mother didn't teach him any manners, did he? Did she?
No, it's a hell of a look, though. It's an interesting look.
I mean, yes, the
Look at
bearskin
the
pelt
sea.
is actually quite nice.
What information I can give you on Dugan's Hole?
Looks the same. He has his own bearskin pelt, just a dead body over his shoulder rather than a trousers.
Yeah.
He's like getting a bit
This guy
angry.
came out of a door and is walking away from us. Is that what you said, John?
Yeah.
So Dugan's Hole,
he came out of
the
the speaker's
friendliness
house, and I
is
think
listed
you
as
sort
a
of
one
approached the
snowflake.
speaker's house, and he's
Services
just
are one
walked away in the
snowflake,
opposite direction.
and
So where
comfort
you
is
are now
also a
probably
one
just a few
snowflake.
feet away from
Now,
this
if they're running
large
it out of the
door.
book,
When you
then
see
they're
the
also
house
running
itself,
a
it does look
quest
slightly
called
different. So not only is
Hold
it
Up.
much bigger than all
Population
the
of
other
Dugan's Hole
houses
is
that you've
50.
passed,
The leader
the
is
permafrost
Speaker
under it
Edra Dumont.
much
He's a
more
neutral
melted.
human
So
scout,
whereas
a plain
under all
spoken
the other
trapper,
houses, it's
getting
white,
on in his years. He
white.
speaks for the town
Under
folk.
here, you can actually see.
She
sort of
seldom
brown
attends
where
meetings
the
on the
ice is almost
Council of
completely
Speakers.
melted.
The militia for Dugan's Hole can muster up 12 soldiers. Heraldry is a gray pillar-like monolith set against the sky blue field above 2 crossed silver fish, their scaly bodies forming an X with their hands in the upper left and upper right.
I agree.
The monolith signifies
Kess will go back
local
to
mystery,
Graham
while the
and
fish
kind of
represent
start
the
helping
bounty
him
of the
towards the
Redwaters.
speaker's house, if that's
Former
where we're
bounty of the
going.
Redwaters, because as of the setting, as the time of this
John, you
book,
stand at the back.
Redwaters
Let's
has
not leave
completely
the
frozen
body.
over.
Let's start with there's a murderer.
Now,
and then
in
we found a dead
Icewind Dale,
body.
I don't want to get into too much,
Yeah.
but there's each town makes a sacrifice
So
to the goddess
Are you going
Auril.
to push your way in? Are you going to open the door? Or are you going to knock? How are you
Their
gonna,
particular sacrifice
Oh, I
that
thought
they
the door
give
was-
is a
I thought the door was
sacrifice of
open, so we're
warmth.
going to kind of knock and call in.
One day
guess
out of
knock is
the 10 days, with 10 days,
So you hear a
basically
voice
in the
from
Forgotten
inside
Realms,
saying,
a month
"I told you,
is 3 10 days.
not
Ends up
buying your
being 30
goddamn
days.
fish.
So a week is
Be
10
off with you,
days.
Jake."
So once a 10 day, they
We
shut
don't
off
want to buy any
all
fish.
the heat
come
in
in,
the
we
town.
have somebody
Basically, they
injured.
extinguish all the fires. They spend an entire night in the complete
Door
cold.
opens,
So they sacrifice
and
warmth to Auril to keep her from
stern-looking
attacking,
lady,
to keep her in
strangely
good graces.
Not dressed in furs. She's
So
actually dressed-
every town
dressed in
gives a
tunic
sacrifice. Some of
and
them
leggings,
sacrifice people.
something that people in
Some
the
of them
South
sacrifice
would
food.
wear, not
But this
something that
particular
anyone
town
in 10 towns would wear.
sacrifices
And she
warmth.
looks you up and down with her
I don't know if I
piercing
said
blonde,
this.
blue eyes.
There's going to be spoilers during these live plays.
Strangers, what are you doing here in Dugan's Hole? Are you mad?
If that's a problem,
Well, my name is
check back
Kestra,
in
and
another
these
hour and a half, and I won't be
friends
giving
of
out so
mine
many
and my
spoilers.
employee.
But
We're
the rival
looking
for
somebody.
Dugan's
I'm a
Hole
bounty
is
hunter.
Goodmead.
But we've
And that's
also
another
got somebody
town.
injured, and she indicates to Graham.
let's
And
see.
perhaps some unfortunate news for you too. Could we perhaps speak inside where it's warmer?
All right, come in then.
So
The name's
I
Edgar.
don't have a
I'm the
map of the
speaker here.
speaker's house.
And she leads you in, and as each of you approach the
So
door,
they're speaking
and
to
I
the
guess
speaker now.
as Gong
Edgar
ducks down
Edgar
to enter,
Dermot.
you are hit with a tremendous heat.
Who sacrifices food?
None of you have felt this
I will
heat in
find out.
Icewind Dale at all. Nothing is this warm, nowhere. The room is large, probably about 50 feet. In the center of the room, there is
Carconig.
a small iron
Carconig
stove. At least
sacrifices
that's
food.
what it must be. But it's putting out this incredible heat.
That's
It's
on
only
Lac
about 2 foot in
Denshire.
diameter, and there's a small glass porthole on the front. although there's no flames within inside. You notice a
That
number
sounds
of
like
dials
magic.
and controls.
That sounds like
outside.
magic.
But whatever it is, I guess it must be a stove. That's what's heating the room. There's a number of trestle tables set up, and there's a few other people
Danny
in the
S.,
room.
how far out are we from
There's
the
a
character
frail
creation streams?
elven man,
I could stand to keep up
who
with your
kind of
schedule
looks
better.
up
I
at
don't
you
know the
with
plan at all. Actually,
lidded eyes or half-lidded eyes,
as
and he's
far
being
as
fed
my
stew
particular
just
schedule
pouring out
goes,
the side of his
I
mouth
don't
by a pale
have a
elven
time
woman.
specifically set for the character creation stream
And there's
one
the
today.
speaker
I think
herself.
that character creation,
Right.
we're going to do
Who's
some
that?
more
What-
stuff for the
And she
channel
kind of, like, looks
tomorrow.
in
Today, I
panic
think
as
we're going to
you
pretty
go
much
lower this guy from-
stick with what Celebration has.
We found him as we
So
entered
the stuff for the
town.
channel is probably going to be tomorrow.
He was face down in
Danny.
the snow in front of a dog cage.
And I can post a hard
found
schedule
it.
for that
That's June.
on Discord tonight.
What did you do to him?
But we probably won't be getting into
Nothing. We
character
found him
creation
like
this evening. Yeah, for tonight, we're probably just going to be
Say,
following along with
what are you doing,
Celebration.
Dugan? Told
I
no
will
one
be
comes here.
hopping
We're too
off of the
far away.
stream around 6:30 because I'm going to
We
be
got told
on with
that
Boss G tonight
This might
for
be somewhere that somebody
the
we're
watch
looking
party
for is coming
and Among Us.
to.
So I'm going to be taking a break around
we're looking
6:30
for
and then
a
coming
man
back
named,
at
Caltro.
10 to finish up my stream.
Caltro did this.
Murder.
We don't
So
know.
Caltro did this.
No, Caltro did other things. He may have done this, but it's not his modus operandi.
Slash, you want to create one? Sure. We'll set that up
This
tomorrow.
looks like something else.
I think what I'll do is, if you want to come on and create one, you could do that,
Injuries on the
or
corpse's
you can
face.
create it remotely.
And she's kneeling down at
But
this
how
point,
cool
and
would
she's
that be?
touching his throat, which is swollen. His face
Cap
is
says
black
1 to
and
4.
blue. And she goes, I think he's still alive. I think he's still alive.
Danny, if you want, scroll up. There's a link to our Discord
Look,
further up in
he's-
chat.
he's
If not, I
breathing.
can have Cap post it in again.
Gone
You can
and just like no.
you can come on in.
He doesn't. Does he look like he's breathing now?
Cap says 1 to 4 Sunday. I
Give
can't
me,
participate. It's Buffalo Bills
a
time.
perception roll.
Yeah.
Or if you've got a... you know,
Trust
a
me,
medicine or
Ravens are
something
playing
like
at
Oh, I got medicine.
4:15, so
I can do that.
All of us are just.
I'm
for
just
Dan.
gonna have to catch it.
Just gone.
There we
catch
go.
it late.
14 plus 5. I got a 19.
Whoa.
Is that on your medicine?
Yep.
God.
It's not a 1.
Thanks, Cap.
Finally, a success.
Posting that.
You're almost sure that he wasn't moving and he was dead when you got him outside, but he is breathing. At least you think he is.
He was dead when I got here.
Not
Right,
dead.
bring him over to the table. We can help him.
That
You said
fellow
you were
was
looking
dead
for
when I
someone.
got here.
Someone that did this.
We don't know, but somebody who has been accused of at least 3 murders, a man called Caltro. We have reason to think that he is perhaps somehow
Cap says we don't care
connected
about
to the
them now.
Frost Maiden.
Are you talking about the Ravens? Is that what you're talking about?
Victims in the last towns. We think they tried to cheat the lottery for the sacrifices.
We don't have a lottery here. We sacrifice our heat. We can't afford lives. There's not enough of us. Every night.
See, there you go. They get talking about the
not every night,
sacrifice.
but we have nights in the month where we don't light fires. We sit in absolute freezing cold as our penance
Okay, so
to
they're
Frost Maiden.
not. They're doing the
he's in
quest
town,
to the first quest
There's
out
a
of the
few
book,
places he might be.
I don't think he did
and they're
this,
on
though.
they're on the hunt
you
for a
mean?
killer.
His weapon of choice are knives made of ice. This was caused by something ripping at the skin, something suctiony, tentacles, something like that.
Starting quest, cold-hearted killer. So they are
And
going
the
directly out of the
speaker sort
book.
Turns round to the elven woman.
If you guys are interested, I'll
says,
give you the synopsis for the
you
quest
help? We need
Cold-Hearted
to get a
Killer, the one
healer.
that they're on right now.
Ina, would you head
Cold-Hearted
out and get her?
Killer is one of 2
the
quests
elf
designed
woman
to
sort
kick
of
the
looks
adventure
over
off.
to you and
The
says,
characters can get
"No,
in this
I
quest
can't. I need to stay with
regardless of
father."
which town the adventure
And
is the
older
starting
man
point.
goes, "What's-
The characters
what's going
receive
on?
this quest from
what's
Hilm
happening?"
Trollbane,
And
a
the
retired
elf
bounty
woman
hunter who has been stalking a
"It's all right,
serial
father.
killer
Here you
ever
go.
since he
Take
found
some
the
more
connection
stew."
between 3 murders and a small trading company called the
Speaker looks at
Trogs.
you both and goes,
Hlyn hires
"Right,
the characters
if you're
to
looking for
approach
someone,
to apprehend
yeah,
her suspect
hiding out in town,
and
there's a
dole
few
out
empty
some
houses
cold,
by the
swift
lake.
justice by quietly disposing of him
right there if he's anyone,
if
unless
they
he's
believe he's
broken in
guilty.
to someone.
This quest
someone
is
else
no
when they're
murder
inside.
mystery. It's a hunt.
But could maybe 1 or 2 of you go and get the healer?
So the presupposition is that the killer is going around
Cure wounds.
taking out people who have
dying person?
escaped
To
being
bring them back.
sacrificed to Orl. And they're going
How
from
much- do you wanna
town to
roll
town to
dice, or
10
do you
towns
need
looking
to
for
roll to cast it,
clues
but how
at
much
this
does it
point.
heal?
That's 1d8 plus 3. So
Okay, can you give me that roll?
I did it.
1d8 plus 3 fixed face, does it?
1d8 3.
Plus 3 fixed face.
So 5 HP he gets back. I got a 2 plus 3.
So how does your healing look? Because you're a druid, aren't you?
Yeah. As I kind of lay my hands down, it's kind of a faint bluish green light kind of comes from my hand, and I just rest it on his forehead, and you can see his skin start changing from like that cold, like blue frozen color to like start recovering some of the actual flesh-like color. And
is he Irish?
He starts, I guess, breathing more calm than maybe his like light breaths that he was doing as he was half alive, half dead.
So his face begins to become pale, and color begins to come back into it. Oops. And he makes this sound, this and it really kind of like hurts your ears for a second. It's this scratching, horrendous, unnatural sound that he shouldn't be able to make. And then his face begins to blacken again. And for a moment you felt you'd cured him, and then he's still again like a corpse, barely breathing.
Have I ever seen this happen to someone? I've ever seen this, like, I guess.
All right, guys. Anybody interested in learning more about the How We Roll podcast?
You have a religion roll, or if you have,
I think it'd be a good time to talk about the people that we're watching now on screen.
I don't think I've got.
So,
I got religion.
How We Roll podcast is a podcast.
I got a 10 plus 2. I got a 12.
Oops. Just had it.
You've never heard of
is
anything
a
like
podcast based out of the UK and Ireland.
Okay.
It's an actual play show focused on Dungeons and Dragons 5e called Cthulhu 7e.
Seems to go wrong.
So let's see.
Just steps back and just like starts scratching his head and just kind of shrugs and is like,
show host Joe Trier.
What's happening?
Host, GM, and producer. Joe is How We Roll's host, game master, and producer. He's been playing TTRPGs for almost 30 years, enjoying Dungeons and Dragons, Call of Cthulhu, and many other games. He's a published author, and he's recently won E9.
This kind of fascinating.
I guess that's like some sort of award for his work on Stygian Fox's Fears, Sharp Little Needles, and his scenario, The Idol of Thoth, was the first Call of Cthulhu scenario to reach gold in Chasm's Miskatonic repository. Don't know what a lot of that stuff is.
It's mine,
but it sounds like accolades.
I didn't steal it from anyone. It's mine, right? I found it right and proper.
I have no doubt that your denying of guilt is you're 100% innocent, my
I just saw
lady. That. What is it?
Can you turn down their audio? Yes, I can.
Do you want to give me like a charisma roll, or if you've got something like persuade or?
Yes. Check? So, like, I'm trying to kind of read her, but
how's that? Is that better?
I guess analyze the machine, the stove.
Yeah, which one would you rather do first? Do you want to analyze the
I think I'd rather like Zalfis kind of has a suspicion it's a magical heat that's coming from it. So like, do I know of anything?
Can you turn down their audio? Okay, so Egon, co-host and player. Egon is an Irishman born and raised. He grew up on a video game nerd on the west coast of Ireland. Egon didn't get into TPRPGs until his late 20s when he moved to Manchester. There he met Joe, who invited him to his first RPG session, where they also met Dave for the first time. Immediately, there was a connection between the trio and the rest of history. Rest is history.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
+3.
Egon's roles include Merc the Turtle Bard.
Wow. Okay, so
Staff Thornage the Rogue, Curse of Strahd, and the Reverend John B. Royce, Call of Cthulhu.
This isn't a stove.
And that's the gentleman in the lower left-hand corner. The smartly dressed, rosy-cheeked gentleman.
And you kind of look through the window by what looks like
Niall
a shard of black
O'Brien. He is Irish, although he's currently residing in Canada.
It is.
He wrote this in first person, which is bothersome. I'll do it who wants to hear me do my Niall O'Brien impression in my Irish voice? Don't tempt me. I'll do it.
Okay, so.
I swear I'll do it.
Where did you purchase this item? It's fascinating. I mean, it looks to be running at maximum capacity.
Hi, I'm Niall. I'm the other Irish member of the How We Roll crew, although I'm currently residing in Canada. I've been into most nerdy pastimes for as long as I can remember, from reading to gaming to Warhammer to chess. But it took me a long time to actually end up getting into D&D. My introduction to GTRPGs was about 6 years ago, when I was living in Portugal, and Egon invited me to join a game of D&D via Roll20 with some of his friends. The DM was some guy named Joe Trier. I guess you could say that I left a good impression on me.
She says, if you'd be...
I went to listen to these guys start a podcast called How We Roll. Shortly after that, which I was a big fan of, I joined the podcast roughly a year later, after I was invited to join the Dirge D&D campaign that Joe put together. Here's the past. And 4 years later, I am still here, working through Wizards of the Coast Curse of Strahd campaign with a sprinkle of Call of Cthulhu along the way.
Okay.
That's Joe Trevor.
And the elf lady heads over to John, is that right?
Captain Pennsylvania, it's only right. That's my people. Cap, everybody's your people. You're a people person.
Okay.
Wu-Tang Wells, racist leprechaun accent. That's a he/him racist leprechaun accent. Get it right.
Graham, Kestra, what are you
So, Lisa Lee, this looks like... She does not look like she's in here. So I'm not going to read that. Dave doesn't look like he's in here either. Scott Doward? No? There must be an awful lot of people who are in this thing that actually aren't on the live stream. So, anyway, that's pretty much all the relevant information on them. I don't have information on Quran or Virginia. But I got a sneaky feeling you guys really don't care anyway. So, Cap is definitely Irish. 100%, 100. If anybody's ever met Cap, he's got the Irish dripping off of him. Dripping.
You feel yourself warming up as you curl next to this.
See, I thought his accent was fake at first. I thought he was playing it up, but apparently that's his accent.
What do you want to do?
I think Kestra is she's still looking in shock at that body, but it kind of came back to life and now seems to have gone again.
Everybody put in chat how much Irish you are.
To the speaker.
I'm putting chat here. I'm
Who is this?
quarter.
Who is this? It is
I'm
a
with
man,
Gray.
right?
I'm a quarter Irish. 25.
Who is this man?
This is June. He looks after a lot of the town's dogs.
Yeah. What? Cap, I don't know what it looks like a sploosh emoji. What are you?
Have you had any?
I'm offended.
Creatures
Get the vapors.
that might be capable of such an injury?
Get the Irish dripping on you.
No.
All right. Let's see. All right. Let me put my Irish ethnicity in chat. Boy, this stream's gotten real racist real quick. Luckily, the Irish aren't offended very easily. 25.
Jake out there for a long time.
25%. There we go.
You said you were looking for a murderer.
25%.
I think you need to get on with that.
Slash says, I'm kind of Irish, and I'm being 100% honest. I believe it.
Kestra, she
Russell says, some Greek and Italian in there, too.
Another examination of the body now that we're inside. Where
Danny Orange says, I have some in my white half.
Freezing cold.
White half?
Else
I don't want to assume your ethnicity.
That she can pick up on. Because she's just
but that mustache is 100% awesome. That's what that
is.
is.
What just happened? Is there
one hondo?
Like a spell that somebody could be under that could feign?
I myself am 25% Irish, 50% Italian Sicilian, and 25% French.
So,
hence the nose, the pointy nose.
Give me a medicine check if you prefer.
I'll go with investigation. That's going to be 11.
So it's definitely still breathing. His face is getting blacker, and I don't know if you.
Are they still looking at the guy's face?
But the eyes themselves are completely black underneath.
Danny clearly has an orange half. Yeah.
And
how silly of me. Of course Danny Orange has an orange half.
As you trek through the snow.
What am I going to break?
Danny says, just enough to be comfortable with giving an occasional Irish goodbye.
Introduces herself as Enna Leodin.
Gray's a quarter native Apache.
And up at you and goes, so what?
I think my wife has some Indian in her, but I can't remember what kind. My Irish goodbye has a whole lot of tongue.
Our friend Kestra.
Kind of him half. Oh, okay.
Join her.
Danny's half Puerto Rican.
I have my own reasons, but I'd rather not.
What is an Irish goodbye? I don't.
There's some stuff.
Am I missing something? I know what Irish Irish coffee is.
Murder has led us here, so we're hoping we can find him and bring him back to where they want him.
That guy's beard is fine. I mean, like, finely coiffed.
Hopefully we can find him quickly before anyone else gets hurt. And you're walking through the town. And
Have I ever told anybody how really hard it is for me to watch people play D&D?
There's a house just maybe a little bit further south.
Like,
than where the
painfully hard.
dogs are now completely silent.
If I may be so honest.
Outside the door, you see that there is.
But it's hard. It was like I played lacrosse in high school, so it's
in yellow.
Oh, it's where you leave no words. Got it. Okay. It does sound very Irish. It's like when I played lacrosse. Like I loved playing lacrosse. Absolutely loved it. Couldn't watch people play lacrosse. Because like I feel like if I can do something, I'd rather be doing it and not watching it.
Yeah, Tom and Stormwind.
So, does anybody else get like that, where you're good at something and you like doing it so much that you can't stand to watch other people do it?
And she goes to knock on
like
the
Cap,
door,
you ever watch somebody try to talk about Scotty Summers and you're like, I can't do it because I do it so well?
Does he normally leave his door open?
He does not. Something very, very strange is happening here.
Ruh-roh. His door's open.
Like to take the shield off of his back and his club in his hand and kind of not push her aside or shove her, just like slide around her so he.
Grace says, "I do not enjoy watching other people play either."
Let me look.
We're gonna have a lot of fun for the next hour.
To go into the room slowly and see if he sees any sign of life or anything like that.
I have a feeling I'm going to have a list of events for tomorrow. I'll probably watch a couple minutes of the live play, and we're either going to end up like completely making fun of everybody, or we're just going to be doing other channel stuff.
In the front of the room, maybe about 2 or 3 feet. Do you have any kind of light?
Yeah, Cap.
Dark vision?
Do you ever think about Scotty Summers?
I don't believe I have dark vision.
Like, all the time.
And I don't have any source of light right now either. Also, I can't hear you right now. Did I just get disconnected?
Ruh-roh.
No, I can hear you.
No, as I wasn't speaking. So the so the room is almost pitch black. You can't see anything. And the elf lady reaches down and says, "Hang on, I can do something." And
what?
She reaches around her neck. She pulls
she's
out
reaching down in the dark. She can do something.
And she holds it aloft. And
it's getting spicy in here, Joe. Oh my goodness. I'm blushing.
And she's praying or muttering something in Elvish as she does so. When she finishes, the light, although not
speak, friend, and enter.
A lamp or a lantern is enough to fill the room as if by moonlight. And she says, "Come on, let's go."
This is dripping with innuendo.
Is it a big shack? Is it a big like house or?
So
am I catching that?
As you move into the darkness, let us move the camera back to the speaker's house. As you're all kind of, I guess, sort of two of you are huddled by the stove, and Kestra, you're by the body. I'd like you all to give me perception rolls.
God, I see it now. The chat is going to totally just turn into a bash Scotty Summers fest. I should have never mentioned Scotty Summers.
I rolled an 18 with a +3.
Speaking of, saw the replay and Jason has faith in me.
14.
What do I have faith in you for? Because I'm not sure I do.
And Kestra?
But I might. / I don't know you. Pop-Tarts. Okay, the official sponsor of tonight's and tomorrow night's and the next night's mega stream is Pop-Tarts.
Okay.
Delicious strawberry frosted Pop-Tarts.
From outside, Zalfiz, you hear in the distance, maybe to the north, direction you've not been before, a distant scream.
Denny says, I've seen a group that was pretty entertaining. Not every group can be. Everyone has to be.
I certainly heard that.
And for me, it's not a matter whether they're entertaining or not. It's just I would rather be playing than watching people play. But that's just me.
No, it definitely sounded like a human.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did say it. Now I remember. That was totally unintentional. I do believe you can win this bet.
So you're still exhausted, so you still have
I didn't even mean to bait you there, buddy. I really just made things harder for you.
And as I guess you kind of notify people there was a scream.
For those of you who don't know, if you're new to the stream or new to the channel, first time here, one of the regulars to the channel and a moderator, Captain Pennsylvania, has an affinity for Scott Summers, the X-Men man. And he's been officially challenged not to mention the name Scott Summers for, I believe it's a week. And I bet that he could do that. Because normally, If you come to any of our live streams or any of the Dead and Nerds live streams, Captain Pennsylvania is always in there talking about Scotty Summers, the greatest tactical X-Man ever.
So, Graham, it is your
So,
round. What would you like to do?
for him to go a whole week without mentioning Cyclops is a tall order.
I'd like to.
But I have every faith in you, Cap. You can do it, sir.
Small dagger that I have in my.
You're a winner.
And try and get into a position where I can potentially defend myself or others. I don't know exactly what's happening. I'm just startled by this. Something's definitely happening. My spidey sense is tingling.
Like it was literally all actors.
I'm gonna prepare to strike from a sneak attack.
Okay. So, are you gonna?
Sorry.
How far away do you want
Sorry,
to
Slash.
Are you gonna be within melee range, or are you gonna be?
I shouldn't have explained it. I should have got Cap to explain it. Therefore, he would have actually said it. Yeah, I gotcha.
Excellent.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Totally missing what they're
So, do
doing.
you
They're
want to
probably
take
still
this
looking
attack
at
now, or
that
do you
dead
want to hold
body. Arduous.
I'm gonna hold off.
It's like a slog through the snow here.
So, Kestra.
I think Kestra does a similar thing. I think she'll grab one of the daggers that she has from its
Save it for Cyclops.
but she's not going to use it. I think she's going to take both of her forearms flat and just try and push down on this thing as it's trying to get up. Because she still doesn't know if this is just a person that's panicking and something has happened. But she's going to try and put all of her weight on its chest to keep it laying down on top of this table that we've got it on. But the dagger just in the back of the hand in case.
That sounds like a strength athletics roll. Let's see if you can hold this creature down.
60. Wait, athletics. Yeah, 16.
Okay, so this creature got a 5, so you easily hold it down. Maybe it's the leverage you've got, or maybe you're stronger than you think you are. But you can
There's
hold
a little
it
bit of Captain Jack Sparrow in there.
Zalfiz.
Leverage.
So Zalfiz is going to put
Of course, some leverage.
stew bowl down into this elf's lap and go, excuse me 1 minute, sir, I need to help my colleagues, and like take out his
Cap,
crossbow,
stop talking. You're
and
digging
walk
yourself in a hole,
towards
man.
Kestra,
I
saying,
simp for real men.
Look, good sir, we're getting a doctor. It's going to be fine. We're going to look after you. Just don't struggle. It's going to make it worse for you. We're here to help.
Don't struggle.
I'm sure that'll work, right?
Guys, I'm going to step away from this a little bit. Who wants to take a look at a preview from a subclass from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything?
Its mouth begins to open
Anybody?
wider and wider and wider as it's forcing its way out. And this black...
Was that Danvers? Yes,
it's
Danvers.
forces its way out of its mouth. You can hear
Monkey
this
Island.
full of bone.
I need you to
You see
take
its throat
and retrieve a
swelling,
key for me from
and
this
then the
room from Monkey
tentacle begins
Island.
to bisect, and then each of those tentacles
All
bisects
right.
again, until there's 4
There.
of these sucker-tipped lengths of
sorry,
tentacle,
guys.
each one as thick as your thumb, waving
All right, let me
all
just
around.
turn it off here.
And there's this horrendous buzzing noise.
Guys, are you
And I
getting
think
the sound of that notification
initiative
coming
so
through? I hope
far.
not. So, all right, let's step away from here for a second. Just because we can. So, all right. So what we have here: 99 bottles of meat on the wall. 99 bottles of meat. All right, let's get a little bit of background music. Not too loud. Oh, yeah. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Make that disappear. Sorry, guys, I'm going to reset this a little bit. Make that a little bit more top dead center. Okay, great. You are? Okay, I'll find a way to stop that. Sorry. God, you can be so hard about it. Get on a man while he's streaming. I see how it is. We'll hear your notification sounds. All right, so these 2 previews we've got of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. We've got the Barbarian, Path of Wild Magic, and we've got Warlock, the Genie Patron. Which one do you guys want to see? We're going to do Barbarian, Path of Wild Magic. We're going to do that in honor of Cap. So, let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. Alright. Shh. Cap is so mad about Tasha. All right. Barbarian, Path of Wild Magic. Preview content from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Many places in the multiverse abound with the beauty, intense emotion, and rampant magic that is the Feywild. The upper planes and the other realms of supernatural power radiate with such forces and can profoundly influence people. As folk of the deep feeling, Cap is a folk of deep feeling. Trust me. As folk of deep feeling, barbarians are especially susceptible to these wild influences. With some barbarians being transformed by the magic, these magic-suffused barbarians walk the path of wild magic. Elf, Tiefling, Aasimar, and Ganassi, barbarians often seek this path, eager to manifest the otherworldly magic of their ancestors. That's the preview there. Wells is supposed to be my hype man. Oh my goodness, I'm Slash's hype man. I'll see you in chat. All right, Magic Awareness, 3rd level path of wild magic feature. So when you hit 3rd level, you open up the Magic Awareness feature. As an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to. So, Wild Surge. Oh, I'm sorry, Magic Awareness. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Wild Surge, 3rd level Path of Wild Magic feature. So you get this also when you get the 3rd level. The magical energy rolling inside you sometimes erupts from you, and you end up dripping in Wild Surge. Makes me think of like Surge the drink, but anyway, and you end up the magic energy rolling inside you sometimes erupts from you. When you enter a rage, roll on the wild magic table to determine the magical effect produced. So, anybody who is a warlock is familiar with wild magic. So there's a table in the PHB with effects of wild magic, the things that can go wrong. Like you could end up blowing your hands off. You could end up, the magic could completely backfire, or it could be 3 times as powerful, causing unseen effects. So wild magic is like pretty awesome. If the effect requires a saving throw, the DC is equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier. At 6th level, you get Bolstering Magic. 6th level Path of Wild Magic feature. You can harness your wild magic to bolster yourself or a companion. As an action, you can touch one creature, which can be yourself, and confer one of the following benefits of your choice to that creature. For 10 minutes, the creature can roll a d3 whenever making an attack roll or an ability check, and add the number rolled to the d20 roll. Now, I know I hear you say, but Mr. Dungeon Master, there's no d3. You're correct. So what you do is you roll a d4 and you take away 1. Makes sense. Correct? Yes. Great. Let's see. Roll a d3. The creature regains 1 expended spell slot, the level of which equals the number rolled or lower, the creature's choice. Once a creature receives this benefit, that creature can't receive it again until after a long rest. Kind of butchered that, but I'm going to reread it. Roll a d3. The creature regains 1 expended spell slot, the level of which equals the number rolled or lower. Okay, so if you roll a 3, you get a 3rd level spell slot back. If you roll a 2, you get a 2nd level spell spot back. Boy, this is going to be a long weekend if I'm already stammering. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber baby buggy bumper. Yeah. Okay. You can take this action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. 10th level feature is called Unstable Backlash. When you are imperiled during your rage, the magic within you can lash out immediately after you take damage or fail a saving throw while raging. You can use your reaction to roll on the wild magic table and immediately produce the effect rolled. This effect replaces your current wild magic effect. Controlled Surge is a 14th level path of the wild magic feature. Whenever you roll on the wild magic table, you can roll the dice twice and choose which one of the two effects to unleash. If you roll the same number on both dice, you can ignore the number and choose any effect on the table. Wow. That's pretty sweet. You got a whole table at your disposal if you roll the number twice. This wild magic barbarian is great for people who love the unknown and love the randomness of magic, which I think is really neat. And it really kind of combines the barbarian and the warlock together to give you like a very interesting combination. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to take a look here. Barbarian Path of Wild Magic. Wild Magic D8. Here you go. Here's the table. Magical effect. So you got a 1, 2, a 3, and a 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. So I guess these are your Wild Magic tables for Barbarian. So D8. Magical effect. A 1. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet, you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12 necrotic damage. You also gain temporary bonuses equal to 1d12 plus your barbarian level. Are you with me so far? So you roll the 1d12 on a successful hit, you do 8 points of damage. Also, you gain temporary hit points for that 8 plus your barbarian level. So if you're 5th level, you do the damage, you get the 8 hit points back plus the 5. Now you're rocking 13 hit points. I wonder if that can put you... You also gain temporary hit points equal to that. So if you've taken any damage, you go up to your max, and then whatever's left over, you gain temporary. If you're at full health, you would gain 13 temporary hit points. Cap, that's cool if you want to use that. I mean, if you want to stick with Barbarian, but you want to get some of that magics, that found magics, this might be the path for you. Okay, so on a 2, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again on each of your turn as a bonus action. Let's take a look at that again. You teleport to up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again on each turn as a bonus action. Bonus action, you can teleport 30 feet each turn. Usually bouncing all around a map. 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet on each round. So you can teleport, boom, hit somebody. That's actually pretty cool. So let's see. 3. An intangible spirit, which looks like a flumph or a pixie, your choice. F-L-U-M-P-H. That word, was it onomatopoeia? Where a word sounds like it's spelled or spelled like it sounds, like flumph or slough. Yeah, that's definitely onomatopoeia. Or a pixie, your choice, appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. At the end of the current turn, the spirit explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each of your turn as a bonus action. So you summon a spirit, you move it within to somebody, and then you blow it up. Pixie, come here. I'm gonna stand over next to you. Boom! Damage. Take damage. You're just summoning pixies and going and using them as detonation devices. That's cute. I like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Tell Grace. Make a wish. It's okay. Sorry, just catching up on reading the chat. A bolt of... Okay, here's 4. This is what you get on a 4. A bolt of light shoots from your chest. Who's that sound like? Another creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 radiant damage from Iron Man's chest pulse repulsor. Yeah. and be blinded until the start of your next turn. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again on each one of your turns as a bonus action. Who else says kamikaze pixies? Yes, exactly, kamikaze pixies. So basically, you can go around shooting a laser bolt out of your chest. Danny's Orange says, oh no, those poor pixies. I know, right? How cool is this? We're taking delight in often another creature. Like, go ahead. Hi. And there's a Tinkerbell flying around. Hello, Mr. Dragon. Right in the face. Dragon loses an eye. Pissed off dragon just got hit by a kamikaze pixie. Yeah, so this one you can attack and then shoot a lightning bolt out of your chest at somebody. That's pretty cool. 5 on a D8. Whenever your creature hits you with an attack roll before your rage ends, that creature takes 1d6 force damage as magic lashes out in retribution. Pretty self-explanatory. He hits you, he takes the damage. Force field. Pretty much. Alright, on a 6. Until your rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain a +1 bonus to AC, and within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus. Wow. Oh, you know what? Within 10 feet of you, I wonder if that's like a circle. Like if you were standing and everybody was to surround you. I wonder if you could get everybody in that circle protected, get the +1 AC bonus. I don't know. Within 10 feet of you. Yeah, so if you were in the center, you might work. Lisa says, I thought it was interesting that they didn't use the full wild magic table from the sorcerer for this. So did I. Actually, I initially, before I read down, thought that's what they were going to do until I read further and they had their own wild magic table. But this wild magic table seems to not have the negatives associated with it that the other wild magic table has. Yeah, there's a lot. So my initial sentiments were actually incorrect. But, yeah. Sorry, guys, yawning. Okay, on a 7. Flowers and vines temporarily grow around you until your rage ends. The ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies, which means they're slowed down to half their movement speed. For anybody who doesn't know what that means. And now you're like poison ivy. Just growing roots and stuff. Yeah, Lisa says it's much more forgiving. Yes, definitely. Okay, well, 8. Don't you threaten me, Gray. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, yeah? I'll be Beethoven. Thank you all for coming out. God bless. Good night. Try to feel. Oh, and an 8. Magic infuses one of the weapons of your choice that you are holding. Until your rage ends, this weapon's damage type changes to force, and it gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. If the weapon leaves your hand, the weapon reappears in your hand at the end of the current turn. Captain Pennsylvania, congratulations, you just found your throwable shield. Do I even have to explain to you how that's going to work? Or can you figure that one out? Magic infuses one of your weapons of choice that you are holding. Until your rage ends, the weapon's damage type changes to force, and it gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60. If the weapon leaves your hand, the weapon reappears at your hand at the end of the current turn. Hot damn cap. Wait a minute. Let's take a look at this. This Barbarian Path of Wild Magic may just have to be renamed the MCU Barbarian. Bolt of lightning shoots from your chest. Tony's repulsor beams, right? Flowers and vines temporarily grow around your feet until you... Yeah, then let's see. Vines, MCU... Okay, so maybe that's... You're looking at poison ivy there. Till your rage ends, surrounded by multicolored perfective lights. Could be looking at a Doctor Strange type deal. Whenever creature hits you with an attack before your rage ends, creature takes force damage. That's some sort of force shield. Okay, it's not a completely thought out thing, but I can definitely see it looks like kind of is very like superhero-ish. Yes. Or Thor, yeah, or Thor. But it definitely these things definitely seem to be really geared towards mimicking some superhero abilities. You almost wonder if they had that in mind when they were creating it. But that last one, 8. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, so that's the barbarian. Let's see what time we got. 3:16. So they still got some more time on that live play. So we're gonna take a look. So we're gonna take a look at the barbarian. That was a barbarian. Okay, we're gonna take a look at warlock, genie patron, warlock. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Everybody staying hydrated? Everybody still with me? Everybody get it? Who's gonna get it? Once again, I'd like to remind you that this weekend's Polyhedral Paradise stream is brought to you by Pop-Tarts. The stream is not affiliated in any official way with Pop-Tarts. Okay. Warlock, Das Genie. You have made a pact with one of the rarest kinds of genie. A noble genie. A Genie Roddenberry. Such entries... Oops. Cap's getting educated. Straight fired. Go ahead. Live your truth, Cap. Live your truth. You've made a pact with one of the rarest kinds of genie, a noble genie. Such entities rule vast fiefs on the elemental plane and have great influence over lesser genies and elemental creatures. Noble genies are varied in their motivations, but mostly are arrogant and wield power that rivals that of lesser deities. They delight in turning the table on mortals who often bind genies into servitude and readily enter into pacts that expand their reach. You choose your patron's kind or determine it randomly using the genie kind table. So you're always welcome to choose off this table. But if you want to let the fates decide, on a D4 roll, you've got kind. Number 1, you've got kind, Tao, and Earth. On a 2, you got Jijin and their air elemental. On a 3, you have Efriti, and that's a fire elemental. And 4, you have Madrid, that's a water elemental. Marid. I said Madrid. M-A-R-I-D. M-A-R-A-I-D. Yeah. So, the Genie's Vessel, a first level feature. I remember seeing this. Okay, so, Genie's Vessel, first level feature. Your patron gifts you a magical vessel that grants you a measure of the Genie's power. This vessel is a tiny object, and you can use it as a spell casting focus for your warlock spells. You decide what the object is, or you can determine what it is randomly by rolling on that Genie Vessel's table. Lisa, this looks interesting. Yes, this does look interesting. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of warlocks, though. It's just me personally. I like my magic users classic. But, again, that's just me. But as far as warlocks go, this looks to be one of the more interesting warlocks, like the Great Old One. That's an interesting one. Only because of its ties to Lovecraft. But this one does look interesting. So we're going to take a look here. Genie's Vessel, on a D6 roll. 1 is an oil lamp. Classic. Number 2 is an urn. Creepy. 3, a ring with a compartment. 4 is a stoppered bottle. 5 is a hollow statuette. And 6, an ornate lantern. Okay. And we have an expanded spell list. Oops, sorry guys. My phone is gonna die. But then again, I've been running the stream from my phone, but that's... You guys don't need to know that. Anyway, expanded spell list. First level genie feature. The Genie list lets you choose from an expanded list of spells when you learn a Warlock spell. The Genie expanded spells table shows the Genie spells that are added to the Warlock spell list for you, along with the special spells associated in the table with your patron's kind. Dao, Djinn, Ifriti, or Merid. Captain Pennsylvania coined a new word. How do you feel about Barbarolox? Barbarolox. I like that. Barbarolox. No. I'm kidding. I like it. That's the name's great. So let's take a look at the spell list here. First level spell, Genie spell, gets detect good and evil. It's the Dao spells, Sanctuary, Djinn spell, Thunderwave, Ifriti spell, Burning Hands, Merit spell, Fog Cloud. So each one of those specific elementals, of course, Sanctuary, Thunderwave, Burning Hands, Fog Cloud, they each have something that is sort of associated to that type of elemental, like the Earth elemental, Sanctuary, Air, of course, Thunderwave, Fire, Burning Hands, Water, Fog Cloud. You guys see how that works, right? There's the correlation between them. So it's nice that they're like flavoring it to the specific Genie kind, rather than just throwing a bunch of stuff at you. And we've got second level Genie spells, Phantasmal Force, Dao, Spike Growth, Gust of Wind for Djinn, Scorching Ray for Ifriti, and Blur for Merit spells. For third level on, I'm just going to give you guys the spells in the list, and you can sort of piece it together for yourself what they're referencing. So, third level spells: Create Food and Water, Meld into Stone, Wind Wall, Fireball, and Sleet Storm. Fourth, Phantasmal Killer, Stone Shape, Greater Invisibility, Fire Shield, and Control Warmer. Now, it says on here Control Warmer. WARMER. I just wonder if that's supposed to be Control Water, because I've never heard of a spell Control Warmer. Fifth level, Creation, Wall of Stone, Seeming, Flame Strike, and Cone of Cold. Then we jump all the way up to ninth level, where we get our Wish spell, and is Wish across the board. What would a Genie Warlock be without a Wish spell, right? Wonder if you're able to grant that to somebody. Grant your wish to somebody. All right, moving on. When you are touching the vessel, you can use it in the following ways. Bottled Respite. As an action, you can magically vanish and re-enter your vessel, which remains in the space you left. The interior of the vessel is an extra-dimensional space in the shape of a 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high, and resembles your vessel. The interior is comfortably appointed with cushions and low tables, and is comfortable temperature. Sorry. While inside, you can hear the area around the vessel as if you were in its space. You can remain inside the vessel for up to a number of hours equal to twice your proficiency bonus. So, if your proficiency bonus is 4, you can stay in for 8 hours. Proficiency bonus is 2. Earlier levels, you're only staying in there for 4. You guys can do the math. You exit the vessel early. You exit the vessel early if you use a bonus action to leave, if you die, or if the vessel is destroyed. When you exit the vessel, you appear in the unoccupied space closest to it. Any objects left in the vessel remain there until carried out. If the vessel is destroyed, every object stored there harmlessly appears in the unoccupied space closest to the vessel's former space. Once you enter the vessel, you can't enter again until you finish a long rest. Yeah, Lisa, I agree with you. I'm guessing that's a typo too. This is the part I really liked. It's like an improved rope trick. Let's see. Once you enter the vessel again, you can't. Okay, so Genie's Wrath. Once during each one of your turns when you hit an attack roll, you can deal extra damage to the target equal to your proficiency bonus. The type of damage is determined by your patron: bludgeoning, Tao; thunder, Dijin; fire, Afridi; or cold, Merid. The vessel's AC equals your spell save DC. Its hit points equal to your warlock level plus your proficiency bonus, and it's immune to poison and psychic damage. Of course. So I'm just trying to read the vessel. Huh. If the vessel is destroyed or if you lose it, you can perform a 1-hour ceremony to receive a replacement from your patron. The ceremony can be performed during a short or long rest, and the previous vessel is destroyed if it still exists. Okay. The vessel vanishes in a flare of elemental power when you die. You must sacrifice a small goat, a medium-sized chicken, and a side of collard greens. Love collard greens. I just fed them to the guinea pig, and then they got bloated. But anyway, it doesn't say anything about the collard greens. But elemental gift. It's a 6th level genie feature. You begin to take on characteristics of your patron's kind. You now have resistance to the damage type determined by your patron's kind. Bludgeoning. That's huge. That's big. You have resistance to bludgeoning damage if it's Tao. Thunder damage if it's Dijin. Fire damage if it's Afridi. Or cold if it's Merid. I mean, that would be pretty big if you're playing in Icewind Dale and you pick a Merid, and have immunity to cold. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. In addition, as a bonus action, you can give yourself a flying speed of 30 feet that lasts for 10 minutes, during which you can hover. You can use this as a bonus action number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So, wow. So, yeah, you end up getting the gift of flight for 10 minutes. In addition, as a bonus action, you can give yourself a flying speed. You can use this bonus a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So, your proficiency bonus is a 4. You can do it 4 times in a day in between a long rest as a bonus action. So basically, you just end up flying around. Man, they're really making, like, some of these... now, granted, it's 6th level. But some of these new subclasses that are coming out seem to be very powerful. They don't seem to be docked back at all. I mean, you're talking flying speed, and then possibly, you know, bottle to hide in. Pretty powerful. Sanctuary Vessel. 10th level genie feature. Excuse me. Sorry. When you enter your genie's vessel via the bottled respite feature, you can now choose up to 5 willing creatures that you can see within 30 feet of you, and the chosen creatures are drawn into the vessel with you. You, and you, get in my bottle! As a bonus action, you can eject any number of the creatures from the vessel, and everyone is ejected if you leave or the vessel is destroyed. In addition, anyone, including you, who remains within the vessel for at least 10 minutes gains the benefit of finishing a short rest. Holy shit. If you want to just jump in a bottle for 10 minutes and regain a short rest after a battle, you can do so. You regain all the bonuses of a short rest. Just like it's like a recharge vacation. In addition, anyone, including you, who remains within the... I've read that. Anyone can add your proficiency bonus to the number of hit points they regain if they spend any hit dice as a part of a short rest there. Okay, so you roll your hit die to regain some hit points, and you get to add your proficiency bonus to that, and that is a number. So you hit die 1d10, you roll an 8, but your proficiency bonus is 4, you get 12 hit points back as part of your short rest. That's pretty cool. I know I keep saying that's pretty cool, but that is pretty cool. Okay, 14th level Warlock Genie feature. You entreat your patron to grant you a small wish. This is called Limited Wish. As an action, you can speak your desire for your genie to your genie's vessel, requesting the effect of one spell that is 6th level or lower and has a casting time of 1 action. The spell can be from any class spell list. You don't have to meet the requirements of that spell, including costly components. The spell simply takes effect as part of this action. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish 1d4 long rests. So basically, you pick 6th level spell or lower, casting time 1 action, doesn't matter where it's from, and they just make it happen for you. But you can only do it once per 1d4 long rests. Anybody who may not know what that means, you guys probably should, but 1d4 long rest means you have to roll a d4. If the number's 2, you have to finish 2 long rests before you can use this feature again. If the number were 3, 3 long rests, etc. Long rest is anything 8 hours or longer, unless you're an elf, or another Fey type creature who can get by on meditating for 4 hours to get the benefit of a long rest. But I think if anybody here who is those things probably already knows that. Sorry, guys. Work today was tough. Okay, so there you have it. That is the Genie Warlock subclass. What do you guys think about that? Another pretty powerful addition to the Warlock class, the Warlock family, the Genie patron. So let's see. While we're out of there, I'm going to close this out. I'm sorry. And close that out. Celebration. So let's take a look and see where we're at on dust schedule. Okay. We are. Yeah. Captain Pennsylvania says more foul magics. So we're sitting at 3:32 currently on the clock. We are 2.5 hours into the first day of our live stream. How is everybody doing? Let me know in chat if you're still with me. If you're tabbed out, if you're driving on your way home, if you're just listening for the heck of it, just saying hi. I like it. It seems like a natural fit for a Ganassi. Yes, that's true. I didn't even consider that. I don't really play it as a Ganassi, but yeah, you're right. So right now, we're still looking at the How We Roll game. Let's pop back in on that. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play that. I'm going to let that play for you for a little bit. We're going to get back into watching. Okay, so let's see. That's pretty big.
Okay.
I'm going to shrink that down a little bit.
Ooh, 18 plus 3 at 21.
All right, guys.
Wow, okay.
I'm going to take this opportunity. Does anybody have any questions for me in chat about anything that we read? Weekend activities, just anything in general. I'm going to turn their audio down a little bit. And then I'm going to have to take another pee break because I've been drinking some water like everybody should be doing. Drinking that water, staying hydrated, reading them books, getting educated, whatever you're doing on this Friday afternoon. Most of you are probably still at work. Let me get a count in chat. Who is watching this while they're at work? Who's watching it while they're at work? Who's watching while their kids are asynchronously learning from home? What are you guys into this afternoon? Huh? What are you doing? Well, I'm kick back and eat my Pop-Tart. My PT. PT stands for Pop-Tart. All right, see him again. Niall O'Brien. From the Ireland O'Briens. Imagine that.
What's going on?
I don't know, but we can't run straight into that. We don't know if they're doing if it's the same as the other house. But we've got to get to. Is there anywhere that we can hide that they won't find us?
Come on, quick down here. And she points where there's the gap between the floor and one of the houses under the stilt. Quick, just duck down.
Cap says, he's not sleepy. Not him.
Gonna fit in there?
Actually, with the old drooly eyes up there.
Guy over your shoulder, you're probably gonna like clip him one as you duck down, but you could get under there. Like there's about 2 feet.
I mean, it's gonna be tight.
It's too tight.
The guy in.
It's too tight, like my shirt. I think for the second half of the stream this evening, I'm going to switch to my Hawaiian shirt.
And the
How's everybody feel about that? But frankly, I love this for ambiance, but it's getting warm in here.
The door's wide open, but there's no more sound. The other 3 figures ahead of you go back into the houses that you saw. And the 3 figures that
So let's see if I can figure out where they're at
return
on the game.
That's so weird.
It's the heat. You think it's the heat? Are they after the heat?
They keep talking about the heat. Oh, because they sacrificed the heat. Yeah, right.
Let me go.
Followed us. I mean, gosh.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, D&D has finally done it. Finally. They went and did something I never thought they would do. What's that you say, Dungeon Master? They have made the singing bass an actual thing in D&D. This right here is a picture of a knucklehead trout named Old Bitey.
The hut that 5 people went into.
Lisa's watching home. Did you bring enough Pop-Tarts for everyone? I certainly did.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
But it's just you're gonna have to like you're gonna have to give me your address. I can send you a Pop-Tart in the mail. I don't know if it's gonna get there in time, but I did bring enough. Yeah, boxes and boxes. Cap says I like Pop-Tarts. All right, so this is the entry for something called Old Bitey. Let me know what this sounds like. Old Bitey. Stuffed and mounted. Let's turn this down a little bit. This is blaring in my ears. I know it's got to be loud for you guys. Old Bitey. Stuffed and mounted on a plaque. Above the hearth in the common room is a battle-scarred knucklehead trout named Old Bitey, who pulled many a fisher into the icy depths of Meridolden before it was finally caught by a human rogue named Kintry and her companion, a human druid who called himself the Maverick. They hauled Old Bitey in the North Look in hopes of having it cooked for them, but Scramsacks brought it from them and had it stuffed instead. Years later, some prankster wizard casts a spell on the stuffed fish so that it turns and snaps at any creature who comes within 5 feet of it. Occasionally, seemingly at random, Old Bitey sings the following verse instead. There's a place I like to go, further up the river's flow. Where it is, I do not know. Maybe it's under all the snow. If a character has the ring hunted out. So anyway, it's a singing fish hanging on a wall. Does anybody remember the old singing bass that used to flop off the thing? You guys remember that, right? You guys are all old. Ish. Right? Everybody remember that?
That will absolutely work. So you can see the fire beginning to spread. Like it's gonna take a bit of time.
Scramsacks.
Okay.
Some of these names, seriously.
Then I'll go back to like hiding where the Anna and what's the guy called? Caltro are.
Okay. So meanwhile,
Here she out.
Graham, what are you doing?
All right, guys, we got about 12 minutes before the next panel starts. So I'm going to take this opportunity to step away for a minute and pee. We'll leave this up so you guys can watch this. If you want to step away for a bit and come back at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we're going to... it's kind of like the singing bush from the Three Amigos. Yeah, but Cap, you don't remember the fish? The singing bass? No? You don't remember that? I'll find it and post it. But anyhoodle, so I'm gonna step away and pee, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, or before 10 minutes, just in time to watch the next panel. So y'all live long and perspire.
I think we've distracted them. Is there a window we can get out of? Looked like something had been going on, trying to point us out into the snow. Can we get out from here?
I mean,
of course.
Go on.
So the speaker just gestures to one of the rooms, opens up, and it's a bedroom, and there's a window. I mean, you'd probably be about 20 foot above the ground, but again, I guess you'd be landing onto snow. So, or you could maybe fashion a rope or something. You can definitely get down there.
I mean, guys, I'm 3'5". I don't jump much. Like these could be like moths. Maybe they'll just stay looking at the flames, and we can just walk out.
So while he's saying this, Graham's just kind of jumped into the snow, gone for it.
Okay, I'm gonna need an acrobatics roll to avoid damage.
Okay.
Exhaustion.
So I've got to take Okay, so that's 14.
I thought you were going to say 4. Oh my god.
No, 14.
Okay.
14. So
yeah, you get down without any problem. So you probably see. I mean, Gon, are you going to come back? What are you doing? Well, I mean, the first thing you land and you see that a house not too far away is on fire.
Oh. So immediately I'm looking out, and I'm saying, Zalphys, Kestra, I think, can you see from up there? They should be able to see from up there that there's a house on fire across the way.
It appears Gon is putting his theory to test. Very, very practical of him. Alpha the practical approves.
Okay, so I hug the house that we've just jumped out the window of, so I can make space for everyone else to land. I'm assuming Zalphys makes the jump.
Zalphys will step up.
Set up a rope for Zalphys, who's just declared they are not jumping.
As you're setting up the rope, I can step up into the window and say, Gon, my good man, who's like 10 foot tall, could you help your colleague? And I'm going to hang from the windowsill. So that's 3.5 feet down, and then 10 feet to a gun to see if he'll catch me, maybe.
Yeah, we can Princess Bride this. You could be,
I am a princess of science.
White horses.
Gon shakes his head from where he just palm to face, and then just crawls out again and runs over and goes to catch Zalphys.
Okay. Princess of science, apparently. Okay, I'll take that.
So the speaker jumps down deftly and looks around and goes, "Right, what now?"
We need to get out of this town. There's multiple other people in that house that's on fire. There's 2 people in there that have something wrong with them. There's tentacles coming out of their mouth. Also, I found Caltro. We need to get out of here.
What do you mean, get out of here? There's 50 people here. You can't leave them all. We need to deal with these things.
Our work here is done. We've got practically speaking, I don't know.
Oh, to hell with you, and I'll sort it out. And she begins to walk towards the door.
I think as Kestra comes down this rope, I think she goes up to the speaker, having kind of overheard this as she's making her sensible way down, and kind of puts her hand on her shoulder. Whatever is going on here, you can't solve it by yourself. When we got here, there was one of these bodies face down in the snow. And within minutes, there are 10 of them? 15 of them? Whatever this is, it is too late. Leave with us. We can send people back here if we have to. But if you stay here, you're going to end up just like them.
She looks pained and goes, "No, I'm not leaving my people. You go if you want. You go risk the snow." And she sort of looks into the room and sees the 8 figures crowded round this fire and goes, "But if we got everyone, all of these creatures infected in this room, and below the fire, below the stove."
Oh, so your solution to save your people is kill this part of your people. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I thought you were trying to save all the people, but okay.
If they want the heat, maybe they'll just walk right into the fire. Right?
I already set this house on fire.
So I'm going to try and persuade Edgar. I'm going to say, Edgar, look, if we don't leave, you will surely die.
I'm not leaving, even if it kills me.
What if we make a loud noise and bring everyone outside? Maybe they'll just be attracted to the house that's on fire. Maybe they'll all just go there by themselves.
I think that's
a loud noise.
They're clearly not attracted by the fire. Look, and the whole house is now blazing. They're not even coming out of the fire.
That's because
the only
your
thing they're
house
attracted
is like a
to is
furnace.
us.
I mean, okay. Hear me out here. If you guys cover me, I can zip around pretty quick with Lady Penguin here. And maybe lure the people into this stove pipe bomb idea we have.
The stove has black ice in it, and it's outside of the building, isn't it?
No, it's in the middle of the middle of the room.
It's in the middle of the room. Okay.
So basically Zalphys' idea is he's suggesting he sits on Lady Penguin, buzzes around the main street to see anyone lurking, any zombie tentacle people are lurking around, drag them back in to the blast radius.
I love it. So the speaker goes, right, that's a fantastic idea, but no, everyone do it. We need to knock on every door, every house. We need to gather every one of the infected people and bring him here.
Zalphys takes some like driving goggles off his head, puts them on,
God.
sits onto Lady Penguin, and two little handlebars just pop up from her head, and he's ready to go like a 1920s motorcyclist.
Amazing, that is fantastic. Okay, so I guess you kind of all go off in every direction. I mean, is everyone okay with this plan?
Yes.
Yeah, Kess will get into this. She'll start using thaumaturgy to throw unlocked doors open and make noise and attract attention to get all of these things out.
Gon is just walking around smacking his shield with his club, just like making as much noise.
I'm just politely knocking on different doors. I'm like, excuse me, I do think I require your attention, sir.
Okay, so some of the houses do have really confused people in, and I guess maybe the speaker will lead them away out of town to give you this chance. But it isn't long before you have gathered about 10 more screeching zombies who are chasing after you. And let's have you, because we're short of time. You all arrive at the house, the speaker's house, together, chased by a horde of zombies. And then you sort of like, we didn't really plan for this. What do we do? And then you look up at the window and the old guy is looking out and going, oh gosh, what's happening?
No, not him. We forgot about the old guy.
Can Kesh just go up and get him and bring him down on the rope? Because it's still attached from where they climbed out.
So you're climbing up the rope. So you do have this group of screeching zombies running towards you from the town as you've all kind of come together. You're going to have to get them into this building. Like, what are you going to do?
So, as they're gathered just outside the door, I'm going to pull up behind them, so the opposite side of the group to the house, like lift up my riding goggles and cast Thunderwave. Will that work to push them in?
Well, they're all so you're in front, so you're between them and the speaker's house because they're chasing you.
Yeah, and I'm assuming
so if you Thunderwave, you're going to push them away from the speaker's house.
Well, what I was thinking was, I haven't got a speed for Lady Penguin. But apparently, she's zippy enough in my head. Like, as everyone kind of comes like from different crossroads to the front of this house, that I was going to just zip around the other side of this group and then just cast Thunderwave.
I like it, and I think because we're very short of time, I'm going to say it works. Your thudding boom of a spell explodes across the night. Snow falls from the roofs, and the horde that you've gathered is blown into the room. Kestra brings down the old man on the rope. You've now got all the zombies in the room with the stove. How do you finish this off? What's our conclusion?
We blow them up.
I have burning hands.
My favorite porter is in the building. Mike, mother flipping porter. What's up, T-Rev? Good to see you guys.
Far enough away, Kestra will cast burning hands towards the kind of like the bottom.
Sorry, I had to plug my phone in. I had to lose a jerkin, guys. Whew, it's getting a little warm. Yeah, Mike, this weekend is a D&D mega stream. I'm covering D&D Celebration, mostly from start to finish. So we're gonna have we've got live plays that they're doing, and then they're doing some panels. This is the second live play. This is How We Roll podcast. They're out of Britain. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. Some fat, and then I was rushing. But anyway, so we're doing that this weekend. We're doing it tonight. So I'm taking a break around. Cutting it around 6 or so to go over and host the live stream with Lavas and Basti, and then we'll pick back up after that's over to finish the night out. And then tomorrow we're starting probably around 1 when I get off work, going to about midnight. And then Sunday we're picking back up again around 11, and then cutting it around 4 or 6, depending on what time the last panel is. We're going to be covering everything. When we'll probably stick with the panels when the panels are on, and then when they go and do live plays like this, we'll jump around. We'll do some fun things for the channel. Tomorrow we're going to be doing some work on our campaign world that we're building. We're going to do some fun character creation stuff. we'll be doing sort of our own thing and then bouncing back in and take a look at some of the live plays, because I can't stick with the live plays the whole time because it's just a little too arduous watching other people play too much. So that's what we're going to do. So we've got about 10 minutes to the next panel, which I'll tell you what, let's go pop over, take a look at the schedule. Okay, so the next panel is 1 to 2, Adventures Wanted Live, moderated by Amy Lynn Druzura, with Matt Crook and Claire Hoffman. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we're going to find out. You know what? While we're here, let's take a minute to go take a look at we're in the marketplace area now. This is if everybody's nope, I don't want to start an import. Don't ask me again. Sorry, guys. So this weekend, if anybody wants to follow along or go to the website for this event is dndcelebration2020.com. Sorry, guys, you're getting my updates on my computer noises. Just trying to charge my phone here. Okay. So if you guys want to go to the website yourself, it is dndcelebration2020.com. If you have a hankering to, you can sign up to play. They still have some tables available. The sign up to play is at the play tab up at the beginning. You can see over here, it's a little bit covered up by my viewing ring, but there's a button you can hit play, and you can sign up to play at a table. The cost is $10. Each session is about 2 hours. You just need to download a character sheet, and you can just hop in. Everybody's playing a section from Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. That is this book here. It's a new release from Dungeons & Dragons, Wizards of the Coast. It is massive. We're going to talk about this a little bit more tomorrow. It's 319 pages. I've been going through it a little bit during the live plays. Sorry, guys, I'm looking for my charger. Yeah, give me 1 second, guys, as I plug this in. I'll do it later. Okay, so that's sort of where we're at right now. Like I said, we got about 6 minutes before the next scheduled panel. So, new and upcoming products. Let's take a look at some of these. We got Rime of the Frostmaiden, which I just showed you, and they've got this set of dice. Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden dice, and miscellaneous D&D accessory. It says, immerse yourself in Icewind Dale Dungeons & Dragons Adventure with a full set of 11 die, 2 d20s, 1 d12, 2 d10s, 1 d8, 4 d6s, and 1 d4, made for the frozen north. So you can see the picture here. They're like icy twinged. Look at that. The new shirt is pretty cool. My shirt? This one? I had it on under the jerkin. Yeah, it's just too hot. I assume that's what you mean. But yeah, look at these. They're green and farkly. And what separates this set of dice from the Laurel Silverhand dice, at first glance, they're the same, but the size of the D20s. The Laurel Silverhand dice were a little more blue, and the D20s were oversized D20s. Ice dice, baby. Oh my God! Please, with the vanilla ice puns. You could do without that. So it also comes with a map of Icewind Dale, 10 towns. That's the one I had up earlier. And then it looks like it comes with these cards. There you can see the snowy owlbear and the picture of Old Bitey. There's a trout that I was talking about, the wall hanging trout. And nice looking box. Of course, we have the ampersand in blue. And there's what it looks like. It doubles as a dice rolling tray. Imagine it's felt lined. Some of the Laurel Silverhand box was felt lined. I meant the new D&D shirt from Raising Money for Extra Life. But sure, it's cool too. Yes. Okay. Yeah. See, it's all about me. Goodness gracious, YouTubers and their egos. Yeah, I'm actually going to get to the Extra Life shirts. I'm thinking about ordering one this weekend, just to support them. We'll get into Extra Life. And yeah, so there's the dice box. So this is what I was talking about with the Laryl Silverhands dice set. See how the D20s are much larger? Initially, when these came out, I thought that this was going to be the dice set that came with Icewind Dale just because of the color. I mean, these almost look more icy blue than the Icewind Dale set. But you can see that the D20s are a lot larger than the traditional D20s. And what I really like about these, which I'm sorry that the other ones don't have, is the ampersand right there on the die. And this one comes also with a map and some cards, but this is for the Sword Coast. So I wonder if these are scaled together, if you could lay this out, then lay the map of Icewind Dale out above the spine of the world. But just judging from the look of it, not really. Because this up here, the spine of the world, and so you look at Icewind Dale's is up in this area. So the sizes don't seem to match up. But this one, again, is the dice box. Together in harmony, our stories are told. How cute. You can see just the gargantuan size that these D20s are. It's almost as big as I think it's about the size of my D30. They're a 30-sided die. Let's see. So, and there's that. So, yep. Let's go back and take a look. Oh, it took us to Amazon. I did not notice that. Okay, so we're back at D&D Celebration. You can pre-order Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Let's see, and here's a whole bunch of people that are associated with it. You notice Polyhedral Paradise is not, in fact, associated with this live stream. Well, it's associated with this live stream, but it's not associated with D&D Celebration 2020. So, we talked about that earlier, but I just thought that I would go ahead and reiterate that. Let's see if I can... So here, let's go take a look at the D&D Extra Life apparel. And here we have the 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Let's see. Dungeons & Dragons Extra Life, be a hero, play D&D. So, 839 items sold, $13,520 raised, 2 days left. So, let's take a look. Ooh, so they got their stretch goal. Yeah. So you can see here, I think that is like freaking awesome. Be a hero, play D&D, 3 kobolds and a trench coat. I would encourage anybody if to go to what is it, the Extra Life website and order the shirt. Let's see if we can. All the funds raised will be paid directly to Extra Life for benefiting Children's Miracle Network hospitals. It's a wonderful organization. This is the 2020 shirt. It comes in different styles, tank tops, muscle shirts. You can get it in a hoodie. I think I might do that. And I will give anybody my Zelle account if anybody wants to buy the Dungeon Master a hoodie. And I will wear it proudly. So that's Extra Life. So we've got 2 minutes till the next panel. Anybody, until we get to the next panel, have any Q&As, any questions you want to ask, questions about the weekend stream, plans, that sort of thing, now would be the time to shoot them at me as we get ready for the Adventures Wanted live panel. How's everybody feeling out there? Jason, the superhero genre in movies and streaming shows and regular TV is bigger than ever. Is D&D bigger than ever too? Bigger than ever? No. Bigger than recent years? Most definitely. D&D was huge back in the early 80s. I mean, it had cartoons, multiple cartoons. TSR was booming. As a matter of fact, they got so big that they collapsed under their own weight. But it has had a renaissance of late, and there are more people playing than ever. But as a product, it was bigger in the 80s, if that makes sense. But Give it a little bit of time, and I believe it overtakes it in popularity, especially with some of the Netflix shows that are coming on that are D&D based. Wells just told me about one last night. I didn't have a chance to watch it, but I think with shows like The Witcher and I think D&D has a chance to be bigger than ever. Like a golden age, yes. I think the quarantine has really expanded Dungeons & Dragons' reach. Because now, I actually didn't play for a long time because I didn't have... there was a time where I had stopped playing because the people in my immediate sphere of influence weren't playing. But now, with the quarantine and everybody being forced to go inside and explore other avenues of play, because of the ability to play online, it's really taken off. And I think you're going to see what's happened during this quarantine pay dividends in another year or two, where it is going to reach the heights that it was in the early 80s. So that's a long, short answer to your question, Mike. I appreciate you asking. Lisa, I'm pretty tempted to get the hoodie. Yeah, me too. That thing is cool. All right, so it is now 4:01. Let's go back into our watch area of D&D Online 2020 and getting ready to start. So let's listen in.
And welcome to a special D&D celebration edition of Adventurers Wanted. We are the monthly talk show that talks about everything going on in the D&D Adventurers League, which is Wizards' organized play system for 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons. I'm joined today by my lovely co-hosts, Ma'at Crook, who is one of my co-community managers for the Adventurers League, and also Claire Hoffman, who is a resource manager for us on the D&D admin team. How are y'all today?
Doing great.
Doing well, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, someone talking to me.
We're a little more packed than we usually are, so it'll be a good time.
This is gonna be a good time. This is a celebration, even.
No.
It is, and you look very, very festive, Ma'at.
Thank you. Thanks. It's probably
The damn fly is back. I swear to God, I'm going to like
smell-o-vision,
kill that fly.
at all by the end of this.
Owlbears, right?
Yeah, I know, man.
Right.
So for anybody who doesn't know, Mott Crook is dressed up like a snowy owlbear.
On Adventurers Wanted before, right?
Right.
Ever?
It hasn't worked out time-wise. No.
So what do you love about D&D, Claire?
This is my first exposure to Adventurers Wanted, so I can't tell you guys what to expect and what not to expect.
And
I have no primer for this.
To surprise them, and make them laugh, and make them think.
Those are all pretty good things. Matt, what's your favorite?
Amy Lynn
What really
Druza
got me,
looks like Stormfront.
Jazzed about it is because I was
Just an
already
observation,
later at
not a
the
judgment.
time, and when I finally got my chance to play D&D, that night I woke up in the middle of the night with just like my creative brain just on fire. I ended up taking a notepad and writing out a whole setting.
An entire setting?
Yes.
An entire setting in one sitting.
That is amazing, and I'm a little jealous.
The improv gets my brain going, my creative brain doing. Yes. What do you really enjoy about it?
Somebody going.
I like meeting new people. We get to do a lot of that through the organized play in AL. I like making new friends. Like, anytime you sit down at an AL table, you don't know what to expect. We might be playing.
So AL table. What she's talking about is Adventurers League. So it's like the official league for Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you go to an AL game and the rules are standard across the board. Like, you can only use 5th edition material. Like, that's directly from Wizards of the Coast. There's no homebrew stuff in there. There's no things from Unearthed Arcana. There's no things off of like websites that you can find. So you know when you go to an Adventurers League table that the rules are going to be the same across the board. So that's what Adventurers League is. If you didn't know. Pop-Tart time.
With all the different online play for D&D adventures. Did you know that right now today, there are 199 tables that are sold out, and they're all going to be playing Sean Merwin's Ice Road Trackers.
That's so many people.
Just wait until you hear about Saturday and Sunday.
So Ice Road Trackers is the game that they're playing at tables today. That's what it was.
Not able to play today, don't worry. Ice Road Trackers DDAL 10-00 is already available for purchase. You could go onto dmsguild.com right now and purchase Ice Road Trackers.
I thought they were giving it as a free download.
Right now, as we speak. Maybe you could wait an hour for the show to finish.
Yeah, don't leave right now. Chase people away from our stream.
Yeah. But I said that there was more. Wait, there's more. Tomorrow, 209 tables have already been sold out to play the epic Great Knucklehead Rally.
The Great Knucklehead Trout was the fish that Old Bitey is. And
Spanish,
apparently there's like Old Bitey plays a huge role. Not Old Bitey, but
it's sort of amazing how with everything
Old Bitey
going
plays a
on,
huge role in the Icewind Dale story.
for gameplay.
Lisa says, yeah, there's some downloads available for Icewind characters. Yes. I've downloaded the character sheets and the Zoom backgrounds. I just wasn't sure if the adventure, because they had talked about being able to, if you couldn't get at a table, you could download the adventure and play it at home. So I didn't know if that was available for free. I guess it's not.
But
Lisa, did you see the new rules for Adventures League play this year? They dropped the details on how to change around your race abilities.
I ran some tables.
We'll probably go over it a little bit later, but it's sort of like a preview of what we're going to see in Tasha's Cauldron and everything, as far as character creation changes.
So being able to play D&D with people that I wouldn't normally get to encounter every day, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
But so you said tomorrow's the epic, right?
Tomorrow's the epic, yeah.
Claire, can you tell us what an epic is for those of us who aren't familiar?
So an epic is
Amy's staying hydrated.
A larger event that requires
Okay.
lots of people, lots of adventurers to succeed. So it might be a major battle. It might be
Stay
a
hydrated,
competition
everybody.
of some kind,
Jack says
but
stay
you need
hydrated.
Lots of adventurers. So we have multiple tables, anywhere from say 4 to 10, or we actually did one once with 120 at Gen Con.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting.
Tables running this same event at the same time. And
If anybody doesn't know what Lisa and I are talking about, recently Wizards of the Coast has implemented some changes in regards to how characters are built with race
getting certain things done,
attributes.
and hopefully if everybody
They sort of
succeeds,
uncoupled race from
at the end,
ability scores
it's great. Sometimes
and like
you're
opened
not
up
totally
character creation
Other times you are.
and made things a lot more
It's a really fun,
made certain
unique
stats
kind of
accessible
thing,
to
where you get to bring
more
people
character
together
character
to
classes. I'm
to
trying to figure out a way to find a way to
experience
put
the
it,
story.
but we'll go over it probably tomorrow. I think
It's really
we'll take a look
neat
at it.
because you're, for the most part, playing the same material. So if you talk to another person, like one of your friends sat at a different table, they might have solved the problems a different way, or they might not have even encountered a different scenario. So like when you compare notes afterwards, it might be completely different. Like you're playing the same adventures with the same goals.
Mike says it's really amazing how many are involved. Imagine this day with the internet, there are a lot of players. Yeah. They're awful. There's 4 to 6 players at each table, and they sold out 199 tables for today. So you're just talking, 800 to 1,200 players.
Oh yeah. Everything.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that myself because, I could end up making that high intelligence dwarf that has mad tool proficiencies. Like you can swap out weapon proficiencies for tool proficiencies now too. We'll go over, but could make my high intelligence dwarf wizard. And then ship him off to Mastar, and everybody's eyes get wide. Like, how is he possibly a magic user? He's a dwarf.
League different from your regular, like, at-home D&D game is that there is a a shared set of rules that all of the DMs that play in the adventures they will follow. So if normally your friend runs a game and she's created her own world, her own setting, her own characters, she might have different rules that you might follow. But in order to sort of work towards that shared experience, AL has its own set of rules that sort of level the playing experience, so that when you sit down with a new DM, you might not know them, you might not know their play style, but you have an idea of how things will go. You'll know how your character will advance, you'll know how the scenarios sort of work.
Has anybody out there ever played an Adventures League game?
Everyone.
When we could go to like game stores to do it, either at a game store or at home. I've never been in one, and I've never run one. And as a matter of fact, I didn't even know that Adventures League was like a thing until last year. That's how out of touch I was for a few years. I only recently gotten into 5e, and now, I don't remember Adventures League being a thing when I was younger, but maybe it's because I just wasn't aware of it. But it'd be kind of interesting to run through an Adventures League game as a player.
Has 222 sold out tables right now that are playing Paige Lightman's Into the Frozen North. And
that's amazing. And
it's going to have, and again, don't worry if you're missing out this time. It's going to be released October 17th on dmsguild.com. So you can play it too if you missed this opportunity.
So I've been time traveling since we've all moved online and working from home. That's in a month that
almost exactly 1 month.
One is coming out by Paige.
And then a month after that, Tasha's comes out.
Yes.
Everything's sort of a blur.
I know. That's life.
You can basically expect that when an adventure comes out at a con, a new one, that it's going to come out on the DM's Guild about a month after that event.
So we do have some more Plague of Ancients adventures coming out. One for Gamehole Con and one for Winter Fantasy. And both of those are like one's at the Gamehole's at the beginning of November, Winter Fantasy is at the very end of November. So you have an opportunity to catch up on 2 more adventures during that time as well.
Lisa says no. I was apprehensive about playing with random strangers. Yeah, me too.
Oh yes,
until February.
February what?
Yes.
Yeah.
February,
what did I look up? I looked up the wrong thing.
There's a couple adventures coming out at Gamehole Con, I think.
Yes, there's 2 adventures coming out at Gamehole Con.
Gamehole Con.
Yes. One by Laura Thompson and the other by the GM Tim.
I would love to go to Gen Con one year. Absolutely love it. Once they start conventions back up in person, like I would absolutely love to go to Gen Con and play it.
I would never
play at a gigantic table with a bunch of friends.
Our players
go around, search through people selling all kinds of old school stuff. I'm sure they have a lot of stuff in vendors' rooms down there.
Actually, besides
for those of you who don't know, Gen Con is short for Geneva Convention. It was like the original D&D convention held at Lake Geneva. That's why they call it Geneva Convention. In Michigan? I think it was Michigan. So it got shortened to Gen Con.
There's 2 subclasses they get to look at.
And they did it online this year, and I just missed it. I wasn't savvy enough to get in and do anything at Gen Con, but I think next year if they do it online again, then I want to try to participate somehow in it. Captain Pennsylvania says, got my hot spot.
I'm going to get my best Robin Williams voice on when I'm playing D&D, I have to say.
Okay. Can we hear right now?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think that was it, actually. I think she just tried to do it.
I don't want to sully his memory.
Okay.
But I think
so now they're talking about the Jean Lee Warlock that we
from Tasha's that we can use right now, right, Claire?
Yeah, yes. They're talking about the subclasses that we just went over.
On, the celebration site for people to use.
Perfect. So on the D&D Celebration website, there should be a link that says previews up in, I think, the right-hand corner. And then you'll be able to download both subclasses for your review.
Shuffle Blinky.
It's a lot to look forward to. November will probably be here at any moment. So
the time will fly by.
Let's not skip Halloween.
Never skip Halloween.
On a side note, while she's talking about Halloween, who's getting ready to decorate? Huh? Raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm already
Raise your...
ready. Every day.
Oh my God! Where'd my hand go? Ah! Sorry.
In November, so
yeah.
I look forward to seeing.
I'm pulling out all the Halloween decorations tomorrow before I go to work. Everybody's gonna start decorating while I'm at work, and then I come home and jump on the stream, and then I'm gonna come up out of the hole, and everything's gonna be decorated with pumpkins and witches and headless horsemen and shit. I mean, whatnot. Sorry, I cussed.
Now I'm afraid I'm reading the wrong section.
Promised myself I wouldn't cuss before 6 o'clock. Then you hold me to that.
Notes. We are now officially part. The Adventurers League has brand new AL-specific channels on the official Dungeons & Dragons Discord server. So we sort of slow opened this week, but today we'd like to encourage you to head over to the Dungeons & Dragons Discord server. When you go through and you read your instructions and your code of conduct, you'll be able to select your server roles, whether you're a player, a DM, or there's a third one that just got turned on that you can select where you are an Adventurers League player. Once you select that, you'll get another set of channels in the server where we're going to talk
That's
about
what I didn't do.
We've heard a lot of feedback.
I went and joined the D&D server, but
current platforms
it really wasn't much on there.
Is less
Not at all. I didn't realize there was a sub.
Check it that often, or
Oh.
it's really hard to keep up with.
That's what.
So
you figure for a DM, I sure am a pretty bad reader.
We'll be using both for a while and see how it goes. But a fun part of using Discord is that
Speaking of Discord, if anybody's having a fun time here, if this is your first time at this stream, if you've had fun on my channel before or with us and you want to continue the conversation, if you want to learn about Dungeons and Dragons from some people who are nice and just learning themselves, you should head on over to our Discord channel. We can get one of the moderators to pop the link up in chat. A bunch of great people over there. There's a bunch of tips. It's a little bit of a slow period right now, but you could, if you're looking forward to playing, if you want to get into playing, you just drop your name. If you're looking for people to play with. Sorry, I'm starting to lose it a little bit. But anyway, if you're having fun here and you want to continue the conversation, head over to the Discord, join that, and keep yapping at us. We'll yap back and have a good time.
Say hi. Ma'at, myself, and our co-community manager, Latia, are community managers. We've got our special tag on Discord, so you can reach us there if you have any questions.
So Adventures Wanted, they must be directly associated with Dungeons and Dragons.
There to help you out if you have questions.
How do you get that gig?
Yes,
love that gig.
Thank you. That was exactly what I was all excited
Okay, good. I was like, there weren't puppies in that section, so I didn't know what was going on.
Puppies? There's puppies.
Claire looks extremely familiar.
There, I see puppy paws behind you.
I know I haven't never actually met her, but
at any moment.
she looks like one of my old teachers.
Yes.
I think they got bored.
We're not very interesting.
I didn't say that.
To celebrate with D&D Celebration, we have goodie bags that I forgot to bring here into my office with me.
No, this doesn't go for you. You, the viewer, right now.
Our website,
they have goodie bags,
over the weekend,
but not you guys. You guys ain't getting shit. Not for me.
Really nice
You're nothing for me.
We've got some dice.
Just saying.
A notebook with the.
They're talking about the Adventures League, Cap. Adventures League is an official set of D&D rules that you can go to any table that is like an Adventures League table. The rules are the same across the board. It is strictly D&D 5th edition, just like regular, just the books, no homebrewed stuff. So you can go to an Adventures League table and the rules are the same. You know what you're going to experience. So it's basically like the NFL of D&D. You know what I mean? It's like the official D&D game.
3 entries into the giveaway.
No,
and,
that's not you.
Around the end of the month, we'll
you don't get goodies. You got
cool goodies.
You got plenty of goodies. And you know what I'm talking about too.
To come and stay connected with us on our various social media platforms.
Yeah. And our fancy new Discord.
So fancy.
Yeah.
No, that's not us. No, we are.
So
my table is not an Adventures League table. No. Way too much homebrew stuff to be Adventures League table.
I'm sure some people, maybe not all the people, but some people saw that we have announced the Season 10 Plague of Ancients campaign, and the Player's Guide came out September 15th, and it was edited yesterday.
I'm going to turn this up because I think they're going to.
Was released the Season 10 FAQ.
I think they're going to talk about the changes to character creation and stuff. So I really kind of want to listen to this and want kind of want everybody to lean into this if they get into it.
Wizards.com/D&D celebration on the celebration page. You can find the link there for both of those things. You can also find them on the D&D Discord. But there is some big news that we wanted to talk about. Claire, is there anything that really jumped out at you?
Yes. Well, race no longer counts as a +1 section for character creation. So while advancement for your class still is, PH +1, your race, so your PH, including variant human and that the races that are allowed from the various books, you're not. That book is no longer your +1. So that's a major, I think, change. And
she explained that really weird.
As well as the being able to customize your abilities, your origins from your race traits. That's a major thing.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah. So instead of having to. This is kind of how I play. If I see a class that I want to play, I'll be like, okay, well, which race will give me bonuses to my skills that I need for that?
Oh my gosh, I did not think about how that would change that.
No, yeah, that's a major change to that. You can just say, okay, I want to be this class. What race do I want to be? And then adjust your skills. You still get, a +2 or a -2 or +2 to 1,
but you can move them around, put them where you want, and flavor them different
for that race. But you get to decide on what abilities you're going to put that bonus on. So that's a major flexibility point for, and is basically straight from Tasha's cauldron of everything.
So if you want to look up what we're talking about, if you look at like the kobold, you'll see there's a little section that's called ability score increase. And what's listed under there for the kobold is like a +2 dexterity and a -2 strength. And so you get to decide where you're going to move those. Maybe you want it to be +2 constitution and -2 to your charisma.
+2 strength kobold. Who's the buffest
kobold?
We don't
know what Tasha's will changes will come up with the kobold, because like you have heard the rumors that there might be changes to the kobold. But for now, until
the rumors
Tasha
is they're getting rid of the negatives to strength for the kobold.
Goliath, whatever. And
I don't like me personally. I don't like kobold as a playable race anyway. But that's just me.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody in here plays as a kobold, but
that we've made is that you can still do your rebuild of your character between first and fourth, which allows you to explore. Oh, you didn't think this race or this class worked right for you. You wanted to change something else. You can still do that. But the non-mechanical stuff, your alignment, your deity, personality, your name and gender, they now can be changed at any point in your adventuring career. It sounds kind of small, but it's a
huge deal.
Major change for those who, as they're adventuring, their sense of themselves changes. So you can now make sure that you can change that because your character evolved this way. And it's no longer a barrier to doing that kind of thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
I've heard stories of characters players who have characters, they built them back, their first D&D game, and they picked their name, and then they didn't like anything about that character, so they rebuilt everything, but they're like, my name's Francis, but you can call me, Sir Galahad the Great. And so not having to have that, stick with that name anymore, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I did that.
She's talking specifically of Adventurers League, I think.
I created a character that didn't know his name. And part of his character development was that one day he was asked...
Kat says it's huge for you when you just died and need a new identity. Yeah.
Went, what? So...
or you want to... I always assumed you could change things, your name at any time.
Eventually he did.
So, I mean, it's got to be... They have to be talking
I kept
specifically for Adventurers
on
League.
my character sheet, and then just tagged on his actual name. But now, there were ways to work around it. But now to actually have that freedom to not have to work around it, I tell you what, I still have a little bit of a lump in my throat right now, and a little teary-eyed. Just knowing that I can...
The news of our death has been greatly exaggerated.
Change their name as part of their character development and their gender.
I don't know, Lisa. Silvers, they look pretty dead to me.
Reflect who we are and how we change as people and how our characters change through their adventures as people or, creatures. So it's small, but I think it...
Orcs are human too.
They are.
Actually, technically not. They're not really people, but...
Okay, so something else that has come up.
Well, they weren't human people.
Legacy play. So when you create you can create a season 10 character that plays plays Rime of the Frostmaiden, plays Plague of Ancients, adventures as well. Or if you choose to continue playing the characters that you have right now, or decide that you want to play the heck out of Ravenloft.
Love Ravenloft.
Then you can you can use the Season 9 Player's Guide to create a legacy character. A character that is able to play any of the Season 1, through 9 hardcovers, the CCCs, any of the material that's not Season 10. You can play those and still get the rewards and still level up. That's what you would.
So I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about with as far as rewards and leveling and stuff and legacy play, because Adventurers League has not been anything I've ever gotten into. But it's kind of selling me. I kind of want to look into it.
Can I create a Season 10 character? Play a little bit in Rime of the Frostmaiden, and then when I'm done with that, play some of the older legacy adventures. And the answer to that is yes. However, if you play your Season 10 character, the only leveling and rewards you can get are from playing Season 10.
Makes sense.
For when you
So basically, you can go back and play those other seasons, but you can't get any. You don't get anything for them.
Thank you so much, Claire.
It's been a long week.
Heck, it's been a day even. Yes. So yeah, you could migrate over to Dreams of the Red Wizards, which is a campaign that is available for legacy characters and for those season 10 characters to continue playing and earn rewards and advancement. So some of the stuff. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, so when you make your Season 10 character, you will follow the rules in the Season 10.
Anybody else hear that, or was that just me?
You'll get to move your variant or your ASIs. You can move those around according to the Tasha's rules. You can use those really cool new subclasses. You don't have to.
I wonder what other subclasses they're going to be coming out with.
One based on the race that you select. So then you take that Season 10 character and you can play through Tier 1 and into Tier 2. And when you've, made it all the way through the hardcover or exhausted all of the Season 10 adventures that you're interested in playing, you'll migrate out of Season 10 and you'll be able to play the Dreams of the Red Wizard series, any of the previous adventure content, and earn rewards and advancement from there. But that is a one-way street. So it's sort of like you're in your own secluded, snowbound world for Season 10. And when you finally escape, you have the great big world open ahead of you. But you don't get to go back to your cozy little snow house.
So keep that in mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure that you're done with Season 10. You can always go back and make another character, but with that character that migrates out of Season 10 play, you won't be able to return.
You are stuck with those red wizards.
So once you're out, you're out.
For sure.
See, that's not like The Godfather.
It's the Red Wizards.
You think you're out? You keep pulling me back in. Now it's like, you're out, you're done, get out of here. Season 10's done with you. Hit the bricks.
Last year we had 3
Hit the igloo.
adventures and an epic.
Oh, everybody see the dog in the background sleeping on the floor or couch?
Tier 3 and Tier 4.
He is making himself so comfortable.
In our Red Wizards adventures. So it started this year with the adventure Foreign Affairs by Ginny Loveday, which came out in August.
Season, yes.
It's up for sale on the DM's Guild, and it's already a silver bestseller there. So excellent job, Ginny.
Every time they do a rules change, it's called like a season. I'm not exactly sure how long a season runs, Kat.
6 hours.
Or like the adventures fit into a certain season.
But we're getting more adventers. One's coming out at the
end
of
it might be
this month, I believe.
It might be 12 months. I don't know enough about Adventures League to tell you.
Thimble Rigging.
I probably should. I should have done my homework.
I'm glad you said that. That's been a tongue twister for me.
I'm glad we didn't screw it up. We can fix it in post. Tony Winslow.
Oh god, that used to be my favorite saying.
It's called Moment of Peace. And is
back in the day when we worked on movies. Fix it in post.
Actually,
just fix it in post.
That one is in January.
Okay.
To double check.
No, The Harrowing of Hell by Carl Sibley.
Okay.
In January, and it's the Tier 4 adventure. Tony's is Moment of Peace in November. Mm-hmm. And then there's an addition to the epic. Oh, by the way, you just casually mentioned that there was an epic that came out. Who was the writer for that?
I'm pretty sure that was James and Chicasso.
Oh, that way.
And this. Yes.
I had the great pleasure of working with James and Chicasso on the first Dreams of the Red Wizards epic called Assault on Myth Mantar for Tier 2 and Tier 3 characters. Writing an epic is like incredible because
it's epic.
You get to
absolutely
think
epic
about ways that some scenarios can impact the rest of the adventure. So they're written for 4 hours. They're written for 2 different tiers of play, but like, if the Tier 2
really
characters
gonna have to take
are
a look
given
into
this
this
mission and they succeed, how can they impact the Tier 3 characters or the other Tier 2 characters? Or, if this Tier 3 mission
So Epic, I guess
fails,
that's
what
like
will that do to everyone who's playing?
everything interconnects into something else. That's actually really cool.
To participate in their AL adventures, and I had the great pleasure of acting as cruise director for their run. It was the first time I'd seen the Epic run in person. So we've got our room full of tier 3 tables over here and our tier 2 tables over here, and just like the energy is, each table is bringing up their mission reports, and then I can tell this table that they've got a boon, or I can tell that table that they've got that they have to take some
really
damage
sound cool.
because the tier 3 table didn't manage to kill that Kraken in time, so they're a lot of fun. But yeah, so that's the first Epic. There's another one coming out though.
Yeah, the interconnectivity of that stuff is
written by Emily Harmon and Garrett Clark.
seems like something that would be a lot of fun, especially in person.
Wings of Death.
I mean, it's one thing, I guess, to do that sort of thing online, but to have that the interconnectivity of the tables and the tiers, to be able to see that live and get the visceral reaction from people. Maybe one day we'll be able to get back to live play together. But we shall see.
And so all three of us have written adventures. And what you were talking about earlier, Amy, reminds me that the first time my very first CCC that I wrote for a convention, I was sitting in the room at a table about to play my own adventure, and I just sat there and listened to 25 tables all playing my adventure and all taking things in different directions, and it just felt
goals
so
right there.
Amazing.
That is goals.
To know that I had created this little seed of something, and then all these
Danny
other
Orange
people were
coming back
taking
in.
it
Well, I
and
stepped away for a
taking
while,
it, and
going
making it
strong.
their very own
And I'm
stories.
down and get the die rolling on.
That's what I love about
Danny, we got we've got about another 45 minutes before I take a break for a bit. Lisa asked, "Does your LG?"
I like it.
Don't know, Lisa. I know they have
earlier in the show where
I know they have games night, but I don't know if it's Adventure League games.
That you built. That's I've got more.
And they just recently opened up live play again.
Of, mentality. So
I should probably check into that.
My husband, my favorite DM, he's been playing D&D since middle school. And so he knows so much
playing
about
D&D since middle school.
The world and the characters
He's 14.
and the mechanics. And so, like, when I have an idea, I'll be like, okay, so this is what I want the end result to be. How do I get there? I'll do some research and I'll come up with some ideas, and then I'm like, okay. And having someone to bounce ideas off of to fine-tune some of those mechanics is a lot of fun.
She's very animated, and I appreciate that.
In my first year as an admin, I wrote 2 adventures and half of an epic, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done.
Oh my gosh.
So those of you who are so prolific with your adventure writing, you just have all of my congratulations. My brain doesn't work that way.
Well, it's definitely been a kind of skill that I get better and better at. I'm not saying that setting was great.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you develop your own style.
Stores open but not running events.
And sometimes you have to challenge yourself too. When
These are restaurants and stuff open where you're at?
I start writing adventure.
Just out of curiosity, because the LGS around here opened up as soon as they were allowed to have people in restaurants.
This is where I want them to end. And
then I was talking to them about possibly running a game there, but not necessarily Adventures League. It was just talking about running a game. And they said it would probably be easier if I were to get players together and bring them in, rather than sort of running it associated with the LGS, because they don't do the player wrangling. They're like, if you can get a group together, you can come in here and we can give you a table.
Go on
but they won't put out advertisements for players.
Sometimes you need to do lots of research depending on what system you're in.
Keep kicking me off on my laptop. Races against Dragonborn. It's just your awesomeness is too much of a burden for your Wi-Fi to carry, Cap. That's all.
going to have a new community-created content process that's rolling out.
Oh, look at her sleeves! How cool is that?
Instead of being called CCC, it's going to be called
Owlbear Claws.
And but those of you who are writing right now or have something premiering, don't worry, don't fret, it's fine. Seeded CCCs currently in the process right now are good to go. Just when it's time for you to email,
I think I should look into trying
to send it in for review.
Become a writer.
Wait until the Dungeon
I've
Craft
always wanted to write for Wizards of the Coast. So now with
you don't have to wait too long.
Give you some time
what do you
for some
call it?
extra playtesting.
DMs Guild and stuff, and you'd be able to you're able to submit your things that you're writing. Really, I really feel like I should give it a shot, just to see what comes of it.
Well, we're kind of pausing. There's a few that I know are waiting.
Discreets is talking, Cap.
To go out.
Discreets is talking.
But once we're past
Do it.
the few that we've already,
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Already in the approval process.
I got so much on my plate right now. I'm gonna have to trim some of the fat up if I want to find time to actually write. Actually, I'm really just gonna steal what's going on at our table now and turn around and write it into an adventure and then just sell it.
New rules can come out.
Of course, you guys have gone so off the books that
within, in October.
I don't even know what's going on anymore, man.
And hopefully this will streamline a lot of the process for authors who want to create adventures for the Adventurers League community.
That's the goal.
Oh, I know.
That's the
Streamline
goal.
it and cut the backlog.
We will, Cap.
Yeah.
You and I cut from the same cloth. So it may take us a while to get stuff going, but once we get it going, it's good. It's good.
Either Claire and Alan,
or
on the
at least
resource
serviceable.
team, or Travis and Greg on the content team. We'll give you some guidelines, some scaffolding.
I agree, Danny. I love
you
writing
make it
too.
Your own, and then.
What kind of stuff you write, Danny?
Then we'll get that all out there to you as soon as that's set in stone. Right now, it's sort of like.
Yeah, if it's set in stone, I hope it's a small one. Stones are heavy.
We're most of the way there.
But it's very, very close, and it will be ready in October.
Yes.
Y'all want to see a chicken?
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Who wants to raise your hand if you want me to bring a live chicken into the studio?
Ooh, so next we have the part.
You get this stream up to 20 likes, and I'll bring a live chicken on the stream.
From
saying goodbye to everyone.
From saying goodbye for our.
That's my word. Word is bond.
D&D celebration.
20 likes. A live chicken comes onto the stream.
But
Do
it's
it.
at this time that we talk about, like, if you are wanting help playing online, you've been missing D&D, or you wanting to get started with D&D, you can visit dnd.wizards.com, and you can visit D&D
World building? World building's fun.
For tips on playing remotely online, and for
I
finding
missed the
some
address
online
she gave out.
resources. And coming soon is an article about how to organize your regular game sessions for your store and for the community, and using online services like Discord.
Yeah,
Black Dynamite. I sell drugs to the community.
It's a challenge. We get a lot of questions to us through our email or through Facebook or Twitter that, how do I get started playing online? How do I find a group to play with? How does my store transition to a regular session? And when everything happened earlier this year and we got stuck at home, and we really saw this increase in online play. Like, it's always been there, but now everyone
blew
wants
up.
To.
Oh my God. Online play went through the roof.
Our season 9 storyline, we only had a couple of adventures left to come out, but we've got a new hardcover adventure. We've got a bunch of new adventure modules coming out for season 10 and for Dreams of the Red Wizards. So we're going to have that content coming out more regularly. We're
in the background.
Have more people excited to play.
Cap says, I'll create YouTube accounts to see that. To see what? The premises for video games, worlds, and cartoons that Danny's talking about?
A couple of times a week. And if that's the case, I really salute you. But so we're reached out to a community member who
Cap Sims for Amy Lynn.
An amazing job working to coordinate their DMs, their players on their store's local Discord server. So she's going to have some tips for us on how to get everyone organized in one place so that you can sort of replicate that feeling of all being in a game store together, or all being at the same place at the same time, versus just piecemeal games as you can sort of schedule them with different DMs. So look forward to that.
Yeah, there is. There's a dog back there.
Weeks.
All right, that doesn't make a big
like I
change.
said, time is just
Yeah, you see, like,
so we'll do our best.
that's his head.
To get that out to you.
His head there, and then that's the head.
Yes, absolutely.
Right there.
We have some upcoming events as well online to talk about. So
You think it's a rug behind her?
Fear. It's
because if that's a rug with a map on it,
Amy, this one's organized by you.
that map looks really familiar.
It is.
I was familiar.
Hoping you'd talk about it. But yeah, so I have been running or organizing the AL.
The Dritz von Durden asked, what may be the most important question of the night?
We're all on the same plane of existence now.
Hi there, Thorin.
So
what time do you break out the Oakenspiel? Well, my good friend.
It's sort of an intimate event.
The Oakenspiel makes one sleepy.
Charity event organized
So very sleepy. So I will not be breaking out the Oakenspiel until we reconvene.
Nonprofit that
Tapestry, yes. Tapestry. I will not be breaking out the Oakenspiel until we reconvene after my break to help out with the watch party. So I believe that will be 8 to 9. Let me check. Let me bounce to the schedule real quick. I'll let you know. We'll go back in 1 second. The arrivals of Waterdeep. Ack Inc. 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Oh my God, 11. Oof. Who said this was a good idea? I don't know whose this idea was. This is a terrible one.
So that you can learn how to.
So I'll be bringing out the Oakenspiel somewhere around 9 o'clock this evening.
Your community. So.
And I will be drinking it on stream when I come back here
makes us
this
all
evening.
Better people. So I was actually.
Slash says it looks like a retriever.
Became an admin.
Looks like some sort of lab. Really short hair.
The cats.
Like
so
big long ears.
Running online. You can find us.
Oh my God! Slash is here again. Dun, 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 dun.
But if you look
promise I won't ever do that again.
On tabletop
absolutely promise.
Events, we'll be running games on the 9th through the 11th of October. We've got a lot of great.
Be here all weekend, Paul. You let me know when you want to come on. You can come live in studio.
DMs who are stepping up to run adventures.
Slash never went just working.
So almost like your own author-only session.
Well, thank you for your support, Slash. I appreciate you keeping it open.
It's like a more intense experience.
I didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's here. Everybody's not here. Everybody thought about being here. And everybody who didn't want to come. I appreciate all of you.
You know what that means. So I think we have half a dozen DMs who have stepped up to volunteer to run their CCC content, and I'm really grateful for them and all of my DMs. So. Hopefully, you'll come say hi.
I love.
I put in to be a DM at DragonCon.
With a DM who wrote their stuff. That is so awesome, especially.
Hey, Greg. Welcome back.
If I get so
Cap
excited.
says I would have come on, but I don't know what to say. Cap, I don't know what to say either.
Played with them as the DM.
Flying by the seat of my pants up here, buddy. I never know what's going on. Half the days it's a struggle just to button my pants. Oh, that's a different reason.
And
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Never mind.
This is Argos, everyone.
Hey, see, I knew that. I wasn't crazy.
With his nap, in case you can't tell. Claire, do you mind telling us about the next event on our list?
Tell us about the dog.
Sure.
Come on.
That would be GaryCon Autumn Reveal. They're going to be actually running a number of DDL events, but they're also going to be the next running of the Epic, the Great Knucklehead Rally, And that's going to be October 9th through 12th. And they have a lot of presence on the web. You can find them on Facebook as well as Discord.
I think they're also running their game signups through tabletop.events. And it is the same weekend as my event, but I won't be angry at you if you go play at Autumn Revel, because we're both offering different content. So I coordinated.
That dog's getting all up in her grill piece.
Argos with Thomas to make make
Use a stern voice with Argos.
If you want
Argos don't respond to that.
You
need to get up in Argos' face.
To run one online, so you'll be in good hands over there.
Cat Pennsylvania at the watch party. Come on. Okay, great.
Some of the same people who are running it for D&D Celebration
after the watch party, she's gonna be a whole bunch of this. So tired.
For sure.
We'll have lots
Sorry.
of help. And another place
That
you
makes
can
all.
look
Yeah,
besides
Argos is super cute.
tabletop.events
Argos is the real MVP of this
garycon.com.
stream. It's the real
I looked it
MVP.
up. Yeah. We try.
I really want that hoodie she has. She has.
Connection. And Roll20Con 2020 both.
You know,
are
Amy right now is
happening
taking
on
shit,
October
right? She's like,
22nd through
"Get the
the
dog out of my
24th.
face!" While she's smiling the whole way. This dog is ruining my stream. Get it out of my face. She cut her camera. Who thinks she's yelling at right now? Is she like? Think she's yelling at one of her kids or like a friend of hers to get the dog? I bet you when we cut back, the dog's not there. Who wants to bet? Hey, I vote 1 in the chat now if the dog's not there. I vote 2 in the chat if the dog is there.
And the After School
Winner gets a
Alliance,
D20.
whose
I'll
mission
send
is
it to you.
Ensure that all children have access to affordable, quality after-school programs.
Grace.
I love people using
Dog's still there.
D&D for good.
Dog's still there.
Yeah.
It is such an amazing feeling. We have a lot of.
All right. I thought the dog would have been gone.
You can just let us know that you're running a charity event. We'll give you permission to use a reroll system where you can pay $1 and reroll your D20. You can raise a lot of money for like Extra Life or your local food pantry.
So in a thing, if you pay $1, you can buy a reroll for your D20.
Nerds together doing what they love, and you can.
All right, I'm instituting that at my table.
The world, you know. Like
all my players out there, if you're watching, officially as of now,
impact on your local
if y'all blow a roll,
it's fantastic.
You know, I'll go 99 cents. 99 cents shows up in my PayPal account. You get a reroll.
The rollinitiative.org for Candy Con
the
Connection.
Rhodesian Ridgeback, not a lap dog.
It does not roll off the tongue, but
it's not a lap dog. You mean?
Awesome
it's definitely
challenge.
not a lap dog. That thing's not a lap dog at all.
Of course, if you go to roll20.net, in fact, roll20.net/con, then you can find out about Roll20 Con 2020.
That's a lot of 20s. Hopefully a lot of
watch party is at 7 tonight.
A lot of nat 20s. That would be amazing. Yeah. So,
especially if it's the DM.
And that's going to be on
what was
the
that
live
plan?
channel.
Especially if the 20s are being rolled by the DMs.
Oh, the players wouldn't think so.
That's what it's reroll.
Oh, see, I don't need to pay to reroll my 20s.
That does not happen enough for me. Getting 20s as a DM, or as a player for that matter. Maybe I need some new dice.
Lab, it's not a laborator.
I know.
Greg, care to elaborate on that?
My brain
What you mean by
went
that?
Straight to picturing that big jug I have of dice sitting on my shelf in my other office.
Guys, after this stream, we're going to talk for a little bit, and then we're going to take a break to get ready for the stream, the watch party tonight.
Any suggestions for
and then
that you would like for us to talk
once we do break, we're going to come back here after the watch party for the wrap up.
Show the fourth Friday of every month at 11 a.m.
But we'll talk about that as soon as Mott is done talking.
And if
I
you would like for us to, if there's something you've really been wanting to know about, a topic that you think Adventurers League should discuss,
I want to know more about the Labradoodle.
To the community.
Seriously.
Please let us know.
Labradoodle's got me.
You know where to find us now. You can tell us on
Labradoodle
Discord,
got my heart.
You can tell us on Twitter. We still have the Facebook, and we're on Instagram as well. Although that is a little bit of a challenge to like type out a whole lot. But
That says
maybe you can send us a
Labrador.
picture.
Oh, Labrador. I thought I said Laborator.
Yeah, send us
Like
an
lab
email
and vibrator
at,
to get. Dog's gone.
community at
Dog's gone.
D&D with D, the letter N, and then D, adventuresleague.org.
The
you can
Den
always
of
reach out,
Nerds
the three of us.
watch party, great.
Check our
Sometimes
emails
host with
at all
Basti
strange times.
and Lavis.
No, we try to have boundaries, Amy.
It's on the Den of Nerds channel.
We've talked about this.
Boundaries.
I gotta work on my proficiency in my boundary skill.
Self-care. Oh, wait.
There you go.
Was that real?
All right, I think that about does it.
I don't think that was real.
I believe so.
Well, Jason, Cap says, wow.
pretty cool stuff
I don't know what you're talking about,
coming
Cap.
I know the next show
Don't-
coming up is
Cap,
B. Dave
don't tell
Walters,
Gray
DMing
what
a
she can and can't do.
Darkened Wish,
Especially when it comes to movies.
I'm so excited for all of the panels this weekend, y'all, or the live streams and just the games going on. Like all of our favorite people in one place.
Yeah, it's true.
No. I wouldn't troll Gray. No.
I know. And even if we can't
I
be with
mean,
them in person,
no.
we have an opportunity.
Gray and
now
I are
to-
business partners.
Look at us. We're the three of us are getting to hang out, and that's awesome.
It's not bad for people spread across the country. So.
And isolating. Yeah, y'all don't want to come over here. It is very.
Mine say
smoky
porcupine.
here. I will be probably coughing up a lung once I'm done with.
Nobody
this.
puts Gray in a corner.
You've done great.
I've been taking. Before this, I was wearing a rat mask around
This is
my
all
house
watch
the
parties are
entire
always
time,
stuff
so
that I can't watch around Tesla because I'm
limited
3 hours
my
behind.
exposure to
Never get to
the
watch party.
smoke in the
Yeah,
air.
the watch party gets a little.
Yeah, we gotta keep you
Can
healthy
get a
for
little
every game.
not safe for children. That's mostly
Well, I think
my fault.
That's about all we've got.
The DM's
today.
got a potty mouth
We've got
and likes to talk about
a lot of great stuff coming up. both
inappropriate
today
things.
And overall this weekend, we're gonna send you off next to, like you said, Matt. B. Dave Walters is DMing.
He does
an
what she
actual play
wants.
session of A Darkened Wish. So from all of us
All right.
to all of you.
All right, so that was the
we hope to
Adventurers
see you at a
Wanted
game
panel.
table, in the future,
Learn a little
whether
bit about
that's
the Adventurers
virtual
League.
or in person. Someday we can dream.
We
but
can dream
enjoy
now,
the rest
Amy.
of your
Doesn't mean we can get
weekend,
together.
at D&D Celebration.
Good game.
Remember, the one is fun. Bye.
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 Bye. All right, that was the Adventurers League. Adventurers Wanted stream or panel. Slashes my hey, play nice there in the chat. Play nice. Actually, tear each other's throats out like the labradoodles y'all are. Labradoodles represent. All right, so that was up next. 2 to 4 Pacific time is A Darkened Wish. DM Dave Walters, players Miley Damage, D'Artagnan, yeah, a whole bunch of people that names I can't pronounce. I know who they are. Who are 5 people that have never been in my kitchen. If anybody can tell me what that joke is from, I will send you a D20 in the mail. Provided you give me your address. Because I'm no snoop. Speaking of sending people stuff in the mail, this weekend, we continue our quest for 1 Hondo subs. We sit squarely in the corner of 82 at this moment. Keep bouncing back between 82 and 83. 82 and 83. I keep pissing somebody off. They keep coming back. I don't know who it is, but whatever. So when we hit 100 subs, I have prepared, finally, my little 100 sub channel thank you giveaway. It is the official Polyhedral Paradise dice tray. Polyhedral Paradise dice tray does in fact represent the Polyhedral Paradise, and was in fact made by my own hands and available for purchase, in addition to available for giveaway. So, ladies and gentlemen, this dice tray right here will go to one lucky person once we hit 100 subs. So, I would try, if anybody's interested in getting it, if we hit 100 subs this weekend, I will give it away this weekend, live on the wire. Not really the air. I will give it away. That's a nice tray. Thanks, Cap. You know what? For this conversation, why don't we head back to the library? Now who's educated, Cap? Now who's educated? And don't get no more educated than this. Paul back there, resident librarian, third in himself. Over there. My chair's back there. Not this chair, but the other chair. So as I was saying, if we get to 100 subs during this mega stream weekend, Lisa says I'll share your link in my other gaming groups. Hey, if you want. I am pushing, but I'm not pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it just seems like a pretty good weekend to give a little joy to somebody out there, and give a little joy to somebody in here. If we hit 100 subs within the next 2 days, we'll be giving it away. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take a little bit of a break. Yes, thank you very much, Lisa. What we're going to do now is I've got the watch party that I'm going to have to start getting ready for. So I'm going to not watch the Dark and Wish live play. That's forward to. We're going to come back here, meet back in this location in a few hours. Let's see, the movie stream, or the live stream for the movie starts at about 7. I've got to do a little bit of prep work beforehand. So probably about 9:30, we'll pick the stream back up. It should be right in the middle of the 5:30 Rivals of Waterdeep live play. And the Rivals of Waterdeep live play 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, the Rivals of Waterdeep live play starts at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, ends at 7. So, Slash, did you sub to the channel? 'Cause you gotta be a sub. The Rivals of Waterdeep runs from 5 Pacific to 7 Pacific. That'll be 8 Pacific to 10 Pacific, or 8 Eastern to 10 Eastern, which means I should be back right around 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time to watch the panel on. This is my panel that I'm really looking forward to. How to become a D&D designer. Gray, you, me, ma'am. That's the panel that we gotta watch. How to become a D&D designer. There will be absolutely zero banter for that panel. Much attention must be paid to that panel, at least for me. If anybody wants to come on with me for that panel, Cap, Gray, you're most definitely welcome. Just hit me up between now and then. So, for now, thank you everybody for being here for the first 4 hours of this live stream. We'll catch you back later for another 4, bringing grand total for today to 8. Of course, some of them will probably bleed over into Saturday. Whatever. You understand what I'm saying. So, as I like to say, thank you all for coming out for the first part. And in the game of life, may you always roll with advantage. I'll see you back here in a few hours, somewhere between 9 to 10 Eastern Standard. Thanks for hanging out. See ya in a bit.